Chapter 875. Santos wiped the sweat on his forehead and neck with a cotton towel. He couldn't help but have the urge to tear off all the clothes on his body, just like the other workers working in the incubation plant. I still can't do it. I have to pay more attention to my image. He warned himself, then picked up a glass of clear water with a small amount of salt and gulped it down. Only then did he feel the stuffy heat in his body ease a little, and his heavy breathing also eased a little. Last night, after meeting the founding member of the Chamber of Commerce, Mr. Liu, as well as that unknown Commander Naman, Santos had been sent overnight to hide in his family's pack beast domestication base. In order to hide, he couldn't even stay in the comfortable manager's office. Instead, he had to stay in the incubation factory with the worst environment for at least 2 days. However, since this was the arrangement of the Chamber of Commerce, he naturally didn't dare to disobey. Although he grew up in luxury because he persisted in training his body every day, Santos originally thought that this little bit of suffering wouldn't be a problem for him at all. But who would have thought that when he really entered the incubation factory, he would realize how wrong he was? It was fine for the first few hourglasses, and there was no major problem. After staying for a night, he found that he couldn't stand it anymore. He could only rely on constantly replenishing his water, then sweat and pee to resist the stuffy heat of this place. This really isn't a place for people to stay. Santos slumped on a rattan chair in an office that was temporarily opened for him. He suffered bitterly while silently calculating when he could get out. He wasn't wrong about one thing: this incubation factory was indeed not for people to stay in. The workers working in the incubation factory used a system of taking turns. Each person brought enough salt water and would only work in the factory for 2 hourglasses. Then they would take over with the next shift. After resting outside for at least 2 hourglasses, they would continue to work in the factory. As the name implied, the incubation factory was naturally prepared for those pack beasts that had not yet given birth. In order to increase the efficiency of the pack beast's childbirth and reduce the mortality rate during the childbirth process. After some pack beasts were conceived normally, when the fetus was basically formed, it would be artificially taken out and placed in an artificial egg sac to continue to complete the subsequent development. After these artificial egg sacs were filled with embryos, they would all be transported to the incubation plant for placement. In order to simulate the environment inside the mother's body, the temperature and humidity of the incubation room were usually much higher than normal, with the exception of some special pack animals. These were all automatically controlled by the alchemy array. The worker's job was to continuously transport the young pack animals that crawled out of the artificial egg sacs using special hand carts and clean up the pollution caused by the broken egg sacs to prevent the other egg sacs in the entire incubation plant from being affected. "I have to go get some sherbet." Santos heard the sound of cymbals outside and knew it was time to change shifts. He quickly sat up straight in the wicker chair. In this stuffy and hot incubation room that was like a steamer, not only did people sweat a lot and get thirsty easily, but they would also feel hungry after staying for a short while. In order to prevent the workers from causing unnecessary trouble due to their stomachs and lack of strength, a water faucet connected to the outside was specially made in the resting area in the middle of the factory. The foreman could observe the condition of their subordinates and take them to the water faucet to get some sherbet with milk and other nutrients to satisfy their hunger. After being arranged in the incubation plant, Santos had eaten all the food that was originally prepared for him for 2 days last night. Since this morning, he would take advantage of the workers' shift change every 2 hourglasses to go get some sherbet to satisfy his hunger. Just as he heard the sizzling sound, he habitually stood up and picked up his cup. From the temporary office built on the beam of the factory, Santos sneaked down a rope and trotted along the corridor like a thief. Because he had secretly drunk the sherbet 3 or 4 times before, He could quickly find the staff resting area in the center of the huge factory without looking at the signs printed on the ground. When he reached the resting area, Santos picked up the cup and filled it with sherbet. He gulped it down like drinking water. Feeling that he was not full, he filled half a cup for himself. He knew that this sherbet was actually high in calories, so he could not drink too much at one time. Therefore, when he drank the second cup, he just sipped it a little. When I feel full, I'll pour the rest of the sherbet into the pool, and then quickly go back to the house. He pondered in his heart while calculating how long he had to stay in this place. According to the previous instructions of Commander Naaman, it seemed that he only needed to stay for 3 or 4 hourglasses to get out of here. When I go back today, I have to take a good shower. My body is, just as he was secretly happy in his heart, Santos suddenly froze. He felt that something was wrong in the incubation plant. Because of his father's achievements, he had been enlightened by the great Megalosaurus keys since he was a child and had mastered some warlock skills. Therefore, Santos could feel that there was a sudden wave of magic fluctuations in the incubation plant. In order to ensure the safe development of some special baby beasts, no magic was allowed in the incubation plant. The main parts of the alchemy arrays that were built to control the temperature and humidity were also installed outside the factory. Otherwise, why would Santos, who was a warlock, not use magic to resist the high temperature and humidity? Something's wrong. Something's wrong. Santos felt his eyelids twitching. In order to make it easier to climb the rope, he did not bring any weapons when he climbed down from the temporary office. Now, he only had a cup of sherbet in his hand. He quickly ran to the side of a pillar to prevent a sneak attack from behind. His eyes looked around the incubation plant. Although there were some disturbances, he still quickly found some problems. Even if they have to change shifts, the workers in charge of cleaning up the artificial egg sac fragments will not leave so much garbage for the next shift. He suddenly remembered what the baby beasts were going to be incubated in this batch of incubation plants. Phase spiders. They were affected by the spell that came from nowhere, and they were born in advance. All of a sudden, Santos felt a breeze above his head. He quickly dodged to the side of the pillar and took the opportunity to see what the enemy was. Sure enough, it was a phase spider the size of a millstone, with a black and white pattern similar to a human face on its head. It had just descended from the sky and launched a surprise attack on him. Chapter 876. As phase spiders that were bred as beasts of burden, they possessed a rather low intelligence. Furthermore, they would all receive sufficient training during the period of relaxation and relaxation. Their personalities would become docile, and they would willingly listen to the commands of their riders. As long as they had a flash dog as a companion, even an ordinary human, kobold, pygmy, or even halfling rider would be able to smoothly control these carnivorous beasts of burden to travel between the ether plane and the material plane. However, the newly hatched phase spiders were not animals that were easy to get along with. The workers had to use a special type of pheromone spray to make them fall into a state of silence before sending them out on carts. These monsters that were the size of millstones when they were born would instinctively try to capture any living thing they saw. After a long period of development, they couldn't wait to eat. Now, Santos was facing a group of phase spiders that had hatched prematurely due to unknown reasons. These spider monsters had strange patterns of human faces on their heads, surrounded by a circle of fur. They looked a little terrifying. Unlucky! Santos cursed in his heart as he rolled on the ground, once again dodging the attack of another phase spider. That phase spider had just used the ability of the ether transition. It had first used the ether plane to circle behind Santos before launching a surprise attack. If bitten, even a large animal like a camel or a horse would be immediately poisoned and at the mercy of the phase spider. However, Santos, who had been training his body since he was young, was able to dodge its sneak attack by a hair's breadth. Even in the desert elf tribe that prized martial arts, this skill was enough to earn him the title of a supreme warrior. Not only that, but he also threw the ceramic cup in his hand like a cannonball toward the phase spider that had attempted to sneak an attack on him. With a dull thud, the ceramic cup shattered into 14 or 15 pieces. Not only did the phase spider become dizzy from the impact, but many of the shards had also pierced into the flesh of its head and chest. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Kiki. The phase spider let out a squeak that sounded like a little mouse. The tufts of hair all over its body stood on end, and light silver blood gushed out of its wounds like it was free. He was trying to divert the trouble. In an instant, some of the other phase spiders who had wanted to ambush Santos saw that they were in trouble. They then looked at the heavily injured one of their kind, and without thinking, they turned around and pounced on the latter. In just 2 or 3 breaths, the injured phase spider could no longer cry out. In the huge incubation plant, the sound of tearing and chewing could be heard. During this time, Santos was as agile as a monkey. Using the rope hanging from the beam of the factory, he climbed up the temporary office prepared for him. He tore off the silk robe he was wearing. Even though the robe was worth several gold coins, it did not distract him. He quickly put on the speedy version of the fanatic armor on the floor. Then he picked up his enchanted machete and an electromagnetic gun that could fire 30 shots in a row. Phew, with a handy weapon in his hand and a relic that was enough for him to settle down, Santos's heart was finally at ease. What's going on? He thought to himself. The alchemy incubation equipment at home was just repaired a few days ago, and the embryos of the phase spiders were all strictly tested before they were put into the artificial egg sac. The magic wave just now, it's not right. Don't you want to try? In the adversity crossing boat with the appearance of Elder Saul's stone monster, a rough voice once again came from Tengu's mouth. The old Anababa controlled the adversity crossing boat and put a periscope-like object in front of Shanka. Move this thing away. The leader of the Night Anababa battle group waved her hand impatiently. She was not very fond of the equipment that was made from the flesh and blood of Elder Saul's stone monster. In her opinion, these foreign objects that were in line with the Anababa's aesthetic had no accent at all. Why do you have to provoke the scale of perpetual order? Shanka asked this question. Before holding the secret ritual to create the Altoros demon, she had used the name of the scale of perpetual order to attract the support of the Anababas. However, when it came to the real deal, she actually did not want to have anything to do with that terrible organization at all. If she had not been tricked by the Sierrians after the ritual and had to come to the Ashen World to plan an attack on the domestication base of the scale of perpetual order, Shanka would not have even thought of leaving the gray wasteland. The scale of perpetual order was constantly squeezing the market share of the Anababas in the gray wasteland, but she could also bully the bankrupt Anababas. Compared to provoking the tiger's whiskers of the scale of perpetual order, wouldn't it be better to have fun in her own land and build wonders like the Tower of Pain? It's not me, it's you. Tengu laughed and said again, it's you who has to provoke them. To put it bluntly, the time bomb hanging around your neck right now is a restriction. The Sierrians used the fragments of the time dragon scale from who knows where to make this strange object, and it has a certain hidden contract ability. The reason why you couldn't remove it from your body was because you didn't fulfill the terms of the hidden contract. If you didn't let the things that had to happen in the timeline happen, no matter what you did, you couldn't remove the strange object that controlled your life gate. But, no buts, Tengu said in a bewitching tone. The purpose of the Sierrian sneak attack on this base is nothing more than to slow down the process of the scale of perpetual orders dumping of products into the realm of ether and expand their influence in the realm of ether. They are worried that if the tentacles of the huge chamber of commerce completely penetrate into the realm of ether, the empire built by the Syrians may be dealt a fatal blow. Therefore, they have spent a lot of effort on this hidden contract for you. If you can't completely mess up this place, you can forget about fulfilling the contract and getting rid of the Syrians' control over you. I don't have much time, don't I? Shanka suddenly stood up and walked to the glass jar that contained the old lady's pink brain. I have to completely destroy this place with lightning speed, and then I can escape. Otherwise, when the scale of perpetual order sends people over, I will never be able to fulfill this contract. Tengu laughed. That's right, my good granddaughter. You're worth teaching. You have to act quickly, and also, this time, it was Shanka's turn to interrupt her. Keep this a secret. Don't let the people from the scale of perpetual order find out. Otherwise, I will never have a day of peace in the future. As she spoke, Shanka raised her hand, and the potion tube that had been covered by her sleeve suddenly fell into the glass jar in front of her. To be honest, I have wanted to try this for a long time. Dear old grandmother, the dark red potion, which used the devil pepper as the main ingredient, suddenly spread in the fluorescent green nutrient solution in the glass tube, and the solution in the glass jar began to boil. Tengu, who was connected to the brain in the jar by magnetic electrodes, let out a scream and pounced on Shanka. You unfilial granddaughter, I'm already dead, and you still won't let me go? However, before Tengu's claws could touch the leader of the night hag army, the head of a hyenodon suddenly appeared beside her. Chapter 877. Puff, puff, puff. After a few bites, the day Tengu, which weighed more than 100 pounds, was eaten by Altoros as if it was a snack. I haven't tasted anything yet. Golik grinned and bared his sharp fangs. His eyes began to wander around the sill elves again. Such a small thing, it's not even enough to fill the gap between my teeth. However, his Anababa mistress didn't pay any attention to him. Shanka looked at the boiling glass tank until the pink brain in the tank melted into a sticky paste. She nodded in relief. A meal is not finished in one go. Next, we have to finish this quickly and clean up this domestication base. There are other snacks to eat. Your appetite is blessed. Laughing maniacally, Altoros waved his hand and opened a portal. He then stepped out of the portal. Because she had not removed the time dragon scale armor fragment from her body, Shanka had to stay in Elder Saul's boat, who had lost his ability to move. At this time, the alarm in the incubation plant rang. Because of the use of real security during the construction of the plant, the pre-hatched phase spiders in the incubation plant could not break through the walls of the plant. They could only follow their instincts and move toward the exit. After ringing the alarm, Santos, who was wearing the fanatic armor, held his weapon and stood alone in front of the door of the incubation plant, in the face of the densely packed phase spiders. Although his legs were cramping, he still gritted his teeth and did not retreat. As the descendant of the Elder of the Scales of Eternity, he was very clear about the integration of power and responsibility system pursued by the Chamber of Commerce. If he wanted to wield power and enjoy the benefits of the Chamber of Commerce, then he must bear the corresponding responsibility. This domestication base was the property of the Santos family, so he must be able to take charge of it alone. Otherwise, this industry, with huge profits, might be handed over to someone more suitable to manage by the Chamber of Commerce tomorrow. Of course, Santos dared to stand up against hundreds of phase spiders because he had some confidence in himself. First, these phase spiders were not fully grown yet. Although there were many of them, it was not impossible to fight them. Second, since the incubation plant had a problem, he did not need to worry about the management regulations. Warlock spells, electromagnetic nail guns, enchanted machetes. As long as it was useful, he could do whatever he wanted. Third, once he rang the alarm, the guards stationed in the domestication base would soon come to support him. He only needed to hold off the phase spiders for a while, and the armed guards would take over the job of suppressing the spiders. Thinking of this, the descendant of the noble family, who was both a warlock and a supreme warrior, tossed away the empty electromagnetic nail gun in his hand and picked up the enchanted machete that he had been using since he was young. In a flash, he dashed into the swarm of phase spiders that came like a tidal wave. Sand Rhino's power. With a thought, a spell with a buff effect was cast on himself. The so-called Sand Rhino's power was actually the compound advanced version of the transmutation spell Bull's Strength and Stone Skin. For a short period of time, it could allow the target to possess tremendous strength that could rival a sand rhino, as well as magic skin that was as thick and hard as the skin of a giant beast. This way, even if the fanatic armor he was wearing was of the swift type, it could not provide protection without any blind spots. During the duration of the spell, Santos did not have to worry about his skin being pierced by the phase spider's venomous stingers. Sonic Magic Ball. Then, he softly chanted a few syllables, without using any casting materials, such as the feathers of the phantom sonic bird. A magic ball as transparent as water shot out from his fingertips. With a few ear-piercing buzzing sounds, many phase spiders were affected by the infrasound, twitching as they fell from the walls and ceiling. Without any hesitation, as if he was chopping meat on a chopping board, Santos brandished his scimitar that had been enhanced with the cutting-edge spell and chopped off the heads of the phase spiders that had temporarily lost their ability to move. Pale silver blood gushed out from the wounds on the heads and chests of the monsters. More than half of the exit was covered in a layer of blood. Just like before, these newborn phase spiders did not have the concept of interdependence. Seeing that their own kind had been decapitated, the remaining phase spiders did not join forces to attack Santos. Instead, they swarmed toward the corpses of their own kind and began to feast. Seeing this, Santos hurriedly slashed apart two phase spiders that wanted to ambush him. Then, he stomped on the round abdomen of a phase spider that was too close to him and could possibly ambush him. Then, he stabbed the scimitar in his hand into the floor with a clang. His thumbs were facing each other, and his index fingers were facing each other, forming a rather complicated spellcasting gesture. Warlocks were not like mages. Although the types of spells they could use were not as varied as mages, they had the advantage of being able to cast spells easily. Generally speaking, warlocks rarely needed to use complicated spellcasting gestures, unless the effects of the spell were extraordinary. Dragon's Breath. After constructing the spell model, Santos puffed out his cheeks and blew out a stream of air. However, just as this stream of air passed through the triangular area constructed by his two palms, under the effect of the spell, this stream of air seemed to have turned into hot oil that had been ignited. The raging fire burned fiercely, forming a cone-shaped fire net that enveloped the phase spiders that were gathering around the corpses of their companions to feast. Thanks to the enlightenment that Keyes had given him when he was young, although Santos's Dragon's Breath was not a high spellcasting level, its actual power was much stronger than the Dragon's Breath of ordinary spellcasters. Most ordinary spellcasters could only simulate the Dragon's Breath of a young dragon. His Dragon's Breath was at least at the level of an adult megalosaurus or even a middle-aged megalosaurus. Whoa, charcoal-grilled spiders. Crunchy. After casting the Dragon's Breath, Santos did not even have time to wipe off the sweat on his forehead. As soon as he heard the sudden teasing voice, Santos immediately grasped the hilt of the enchanted machete beside him and waved a dense wave of blade shadows. Clang, 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 clang. Thanks to his quick reaction, the moment the blade shadows began to circle around Santos, a dense collision sound exploded beside him. A large demon with a hunched body and a face that resembled a hyena was at this time waving four arms and constantly attacking him. One had to know that Santos' slashing skills were all learned from Blatch, an elder of the Scales of Eternity Chamber of Commerce, and the #1 warrior of the desert elves. He had always had the reputation of wearing a sharp blade not even water can splash through, and now he had cast the spell Sand Rhino's Strength on himself. Logically speaking, a slightly weaker demon from the lower realm might not last more than 2 or 3 rounds in his hands. However, while Gol Lek was biting Santos with his 4 arms with the heads of hyenas, this demon seemed to still have some strength left. He was actually attacking and mocking Santos at the same time. So weak, but so brave. It must have been hard on you. Ha ha ha. The other party's wolf-like voice made Santos feel extremely uncomfortable. It was as if every word he said was a sharp tooth from his mouth, constantly gnawing at his will. Gradually, Santos' arm began to ache, and his movements were not as fast as before. While he was not paying attention, a yellowish-brown color flashed in front of his eyes. One of Gol Lek's hyenas had bitten his wrist that was holding the machete. Command! Santos was shocked and hurriedly bombarded the demon in front of him with spells. However, this spell was like a clay ox entering the sea. It did not cause any ripples at all. Gol Lek was easily immune to his spells. After all, he was once a god. Chapter 878. Grabbing Santos's lifeline. Golik did not do anything, taking a direct hit from the noble of Spat City, who also had the ability of a dragon disciple. He captured the defenseless opponent and brought him to his mouth. It was his serious mouth. On its body that was more than 20 feet tall, its large mouth that looked like a jackal's stopped beside Santos. The saliva that flowed out from its slanted fangs fell to the ground and immediately corroded the ceramic floor of the incubation workshop, leaving small pits. It was a scary scene. Don't be afraid. You're still alive. You're useful, Golalik said with a smile. The foul smell spurted out of his mouth was like an all-pervasive maggot that went straight into the top of Santos' head, giving him a splitting headache. Then, Altoros calmed himself down and started a conversation with his ghost matriarch. Are you done on your side? The plan above is in a mess. The guards outside are blocking the gate. If you don't want to fight with them, my spell can only last for another 15 minutes. That's enough. Help me clean up, Shanka said. Golalik didn't say anything after receiving the message. He clenched his hand that looked like a hyena's skull, and his razor-sharp fangs pierced Santos' neck. Santos' face was immediately dyed green by the injected venom, and he lost consciousness completely. When the 15 minutes were up, Altoros didn't even ask anything. Instead, he turned into a strange gust of wind and drilled into the sewer of the incubation plant with his captive. At the same time, the Elder Saul's adversity crossing boat, which was over 30 m deep in the ground, suddenly ignited a turquoise flame. It was strange that in the depths of the underground where there was a lack of oxygen, this strange flame could not only ignite, but also become more and more intense. It didn't take long for the adversity crossing boat to be burned into a pile of ashes. After a while, the ashes also turned into nothingness. Bite City, the capital of the Medici Empire. Every week, Pharaoh would meet with several important ministers who were in charge of the country's affairs. Today was the usual but special day. Mako arrived at the audience hall early and waited for them to arrive. The inscription on the sundial passed 1 square, and the bronze bell outside the hall rang 4 times. More than a dozen officials wearing long robes with the emblem of the Medici family engraved with silver thread, a wide red girdle, and sandals made of leather and ice grass entered the spacious and bright hall one after another. The floor beneath their feet was covered with a brocade carpet of the same size as the one in the audience hall. Whichever official position it was, they would stand on the corresponding pattern. They were arranged in picturesque disorder, not allowing them to gather and converse with one another. Yes, everyone is here. after counting the number of people. First, Elder Wang softly asked and answered his own question. With the help of the formation powered by the obsidian, his voice could be transmitted to the ears of every minister. And if those ministers wanted to report something, only Pharaoh could hear it. Moreover, there was a brazier next to Pharaoh's feet, burning with incense made of 2 incense resin. Whenever a minister was reporting on his work, Marco would grab a handful of cigarettes that rose from the brazier and toss them into the air, shrouding the minister in smoke so that no one could read his lips. It was said that this was the method that the previous pharaoh learned from the inheritance of the Grand Vexil of the Medici Empire, after the Megalosaurus Pasha got rid of his greatest enemy, the Grand Vexil of the Medici Empire, for generations. However, there were many twists and turns in this matter. Although everyone had their own guesses, no one had ever said it out loud in front of the 2 pharaohs. Seeing that everyone was ready, Marco, who was bathed in the light of the eternal blazing sun through the sky crystal, waved his hand casually. The rising smoke was like a rubber ball that had been slapped away. It shot out in all directions. All the ministers present were stunned. None of them had spoken yet. This is an urgent matter. Let's change the way we report today. Sensing their doubts, Marco explained first. Then, the pharaoh pointed to the cigarettes that blocked every window in the audience hall. Everyone has to listen to the report together and discuss some solutions to the problem together. You can speak in this order. As he spoke, the pharaoh snapped his fingers. Immediately, a small hill rose from the brocade carpet beneath the feet of one of the ministers, causing that person to stand a little taller. Lord Bella, your official position is Bey. Everyone present can speak from you. Your Majesty Pharaoh, what I want to report is a letter of inquiry from the governor of Rust City. He is now suffering from the inability to contact the governor of Spat City. The official trade of agricultural products and iron products between the 2 cities has fallen into a difficult situation. Then, after Bella Bey finished speaking, some ministers with the official positions of Wali and Aya reported one by one. These people were all civil officials serving in Bite City. Although their highest official rank was only Bey, lower than Pasha, who was equivalent to a governor of a frontier, or Khedive, who was equivalent to a governor of an overseas colony, each of them was in charge of real affairs. They reported many things, including trade conflicts, abnormal population movements in the city, disputes between the prominent families, and other urgent matters such as the flood of the Nero River, the riots of the underground races in several Pasha territories, and the rebellion of the Wusong bandits. However, after the report, these people did not say anything more. They all found that something was wrong. Although these messy affairs seemed unrelated, when written on a piece of paper, many of the conflicts pointed to the same center, Spat City. In fact, with everyone's report, some quick-witted ministers had already thought of something, but their thoughts made them feel like sitting on pins and needles, sweating profusely. Therefore, no one dared to point out the problem bluntly. Glancing at the officials in his various departments, Ma Ko was silent for a moment. Then, he could only shake his head helplessly. Since you've finished and it seems that you don't want to say more, then I'll say a few words. There's a problem in Spat City, Pharaoh said earnestly. The system of second in power was fine, but there was a big mistake near the election. The head of the Glovis family, who was supposed to be in power, died of a sudden illness. It happened right after his old father. There was a riot in the domestication plant of the previous consul's family. It is said that he was injured by a mutant pack beast. He is still recuperating and can't take on the duties of a consul. Looking at the ministers who were still like old monks in meditation, Ma Ko snorted softly and said in a deep voice, "But as you can see, Spat City can't go without a governor. Therefore, I would like to appoint an official consul to the city temporarily so that the trouble will not continue to overflow." Chapter 879. Numan found that it was difficult to stay awake all night, even though he, as a contract demon, did not need to rest at all. He got up from the reed mat, rubbed his head after a night of daydreaming, drank the cooling melon cheese that the butler had prepared for him, and then walked out of the door. Santos was missing, and Snade had cast a spell to ensure that the Ash World could not communicate with other planes. For 2 whole days, the desert elves directly under Brock had almost turned the plane upside down, but they could not find any trace of Santos. The guy who had kidnapped Santos and destroyed the pack beast domestication base was hiding in some corner. He's not dead. This was the message that Keyes sent back from the distant astral plane. When he enlightened the only son of the fat merchant who had helped him a lot, the young Megalosaurus not only gifted Santos with the gift of a dragon disciple, but also cast a spell as insurance. If he was killed, a mark of vengeance would be immediately activated, a spell cast by Keyes himself. Even a god would have to pay a high price to get rid of it. Spending so much money just to kidnap a small leader of the Eternal Order's Scales Chamber of Commerce like Santos, they really didn't even need to lose money and earn money. Therefore, Keyes asserted that Santos was only hidden by someone, and that the thief was still in the Ash World. However, he could not return to the material plane for the time being, so he could only ask the others to stall for time. If the thief dares to stay in the Ash World, it means that they have some real ability. Don't panic, and let them take advantage of you. After receiving Keyes' instructions, Numan naturally did not dare to delay. He immediately changed into Santos' appearance and entered Spat City to take charge of the situation. However, Nero had suffered some injuries from the battle between Vaprak and himself. Therefore, he could only use some soul prisms to treat his body. Only then did he walk out of the ward with Santos's appearance and appear before the people of Spat City. It's fine, it's fine. Seeing that the butler of the Santos family wanted to help him, Numan hurriedly waved his hand. The butler saw that his master walked with the wind and thought that he must have recovered from his illness. In addition, in the past 2 days, whether it was the affairs of Spat City or the Santos family, the documents had piled up like a mountain, and he was about to report it to the head of the Santos family. However, just as he was about to speak, Numan, who was disguised as Santos, suddenly frowned, as if he had thought of something. "Butler, Master, come with me for a walk in the city. There's been some trouble with the elected governor these 2 days. I have to see the situation on the streets first." After saying that, Santos strode out of the gate of the house, and the butler trotted behind him. The butler originally thought that Santos was to check the Santos family's property. After all, there was a huge mess in the domestication base that day, and the entire base's phase spiders were in a mess. The family's guards desperately resisted and hurriedly sought help from the garrison of Spat City, sacrificing more than 10 lives to kill the hundreds of spider monster babies that were running around everywhere in the base. Even if the matter was handled appropriately, the domestication base was greatly damaged. Not only did the next batch of phase spiders that were to be delivered to the purchasing department of the Scale of Perpetual Order turn into nothing, but many of the base's hardware facilities were also damaged, and it would cost a lot of money to repair them. In addition, the compensation for the injured and the bereaved, as well as the losses caused by the phase spiders, such as the sand rhinoceros, were caused by the phase spiders. The Santos family was probably going to suffer a huge loss this time. However, to the butler's surprise, Santos, who had just recovered from a serious illness, did not first check on his property. Instead, he strangely took him to the big bazaar of Spat City to check on the people. However, the chaos did not affect the city. Even if there was a problem with the Glow family and Santos was not an elected consul, he still had the responsibility of protecting the people. In fact, there was no need for him to come to this place, where merchants gathered to observe the people's situation. What's wrong with the master? Trotting behind Santos, the The sweaty butler did not complain, but he was a little anxious in his heart. His family had stayed in the Santos family since he was young. From his father to him, 2 generations had served the 2 masters of the family as butlers. Therefore, he was very loyal to the Santos family. When they came to the front of the big bazaar of Spat City, Santos, who was walking in front, suddenly turned around. "Do you have a lot of questions?" Since he did not need the butler to answer, he immediately said, "But let's put them aside for now. I have my own reasons for coming here. This matter is more important than the loss of our family." After saying that, Naaman turned around and walked into the huge bazaar that was filled with people. Due to its strategic location, Spat City was actually a city where merchants came and went very frequently. Therefore, most of the goods from the north and south of the Medici Empire that needed to be transported through the Nero River could be found in the bazaar named after the city. Because the bazaar was adjacent to a man-made tributary of the Nero River, when they walked in, the first thing they saw were actually many places of business. Most of them were the workplaces of fishermen and merchants. There was a tin shop that provided anti-rust parts for ships. There was also a kiln for tar manufacturers that roasted pine logs in the fire. The sticky liquid produced was a waterproof material used by shipbuilders. Apart from that, as they walked further in, they saw coal and iron ore from Rust City, mechanical parts and jewelry from Gnome City, high-quality pink rock salt from Taka City in the south, and lacquer wares from the place across the sea that was originally called Wusan, but was actually a colony of Megalosaurus. There were tens of thousands of goods for sale here. However, unlike the bazaars of other cities, there were very few shops that sold food in the bazaar of Spat City. The reason for this was that this place was rich in food. There was no shortage of grains and crustaceans in this city. There were only a few merchants who had set up stalls in this bazaar to sell some spinach rice that was rarely produced in the central and southern regions of Medici that was shipped from the north. Spinach rice of the best quality. Come and buy it. Look at how bright the husks are. It won't spoil, even if you leave it for 2 or 3 years. Following the yelling, Santos walked to a shop that was selling spinach rice. The shop assistants in the shop saw his attire. He was wearing a pure white robe made of ice gauze, a satin belt around his waist, a pair of thick brown leather sandals on his feet, and several opal rings as big as pigeon eggs on his fingers that were crossed on his lower abdomen. The shop assistants immediately beamed with joy, nodding and bowing to him. "We have a big guest. Treat him well." Chapter 880. The word rich customer showed the shrewdness of these shop assistants. Since he was praised as a rich customer in public, he had to be more generous. Otherwise, he would be looked down upon by the passers-by in the bazaar. It was a good deal to exchange flattery for gold and silver. If the shop assistants were like this, the owner of this shop was naturally not a mediocre person. Hearing the shop assistants shout, a fat merchant immediately ran out of the shop with a jug of freshly brewed lemonade in his hand. It seemed that he was using the lemonade to attract customers. Naaman, who was disguised as Santos, laughed and strode into the shop with his steward. The shop owner hurriedly led the master and his steward into the inner room and set up a leather stool filled with bran for the customers to sit. Not only that, apart from the lemonade, a few shop assistants soon served up some fruits and pastries, which filled up the guest table in the inner room. May, I know what you want to buy. Not that I want to brag, but the grains of our Bellamus family are the best of the best. Even the noble families in the capital city of Bite City purchase their daily food from our family. You must be a rich person in the city. Why don't you try our thorn rice? The price is fair, and the taste. Ha ha! Naaman laughed and interrupted the shop owner's self-praise. But the shop owner was not annoyed because Narman casually threw out a shiny golden dagger, which accurately hit the shop owner's palm. How good can the spinach rice from Beitar be? Spat City is one of the best grain-producing areas in the empire. There has never been a shortage of grain here. Besides, it's not like we don't have thorn rice here. I just saw that the thorn rice you sell is 10% more expensive than the local ones. Hee, I knew you were an expert the moment you opened your mouth. The shopkeeper put away the golden dagger in his hand and said with a smile on his face, I won't lie in front of you. In terms of filling stomachs, the thorn rice from Bite is indeed no different from the local ones. Commoners who mostly use copper will naturally buy the local ones. But for someone as generous as you, I'm afraid you don't buy food for the sake of eating it. Then, the price on the sign outside can't be counted. Smart man, you hit the nail on the head. Naaman curled his lips and praised him as if he was praising him. However, the steward of the Santos family had sharp eyes. Seeing that the cat's eye stone ring on the hand of this family head was faintly glowing, he instantly understood what was going on. However, he still maintained a submissive posture and stood there obediently without moving. Actually, compared to other grains, the only difference is that G rice has a higher sugar content. It's not very convenient to store and transport it. However, our Balami's ratchet rice was purchased from Lord Khedive. Its shell is thicker and can be stored for a year or so without a problem. The enclaves of Lord Khedive were originally taken from the Japanese, and the workers in the plantations on the islands were all slaves left behind by the Japanese. Therefore, the cost of producing G rice is not high. Seeing that Numan was still smiling at him, Roland thought of the gold dagger in his sleeve pocket. With this gold dagger, he could buy 1,000 caddies of ratchet rice. Roland carefully looked at Numan in front of him and saw a layer of thick skin in the center of his palm. It seemed to be the result of pulling ropes all year round in his early years. The shopkeeper calmed himself down and felt that his luck had come. I see that you are a frequent trader on the Nero River, so I might as well be frank with you. The reason why our G rice is sold at such a high price is so that customers like you can bargain with us. If you can eat 500 barrels of G rice, then the price will be 90% of Spat's G rice. If you can eat more than 2,500 barrels of G rice, Balamis is willing to let you be our regional distributor for G rice at half the market price. While revealing this information, the shop owner maintained eye contact with Naaman the entire time. He was not worried that this generous guest would abandon Belamis and head north to the sea to look for the Khedive. Without Belamis's approval, ordinary merchants would not be able to import even a single grain of ratchet rice from the overseas enclaves. As for the scales of the Eternal Order Merchant Guild, they could make a lot of money just by relying on the Leviathan airship, so they did not care about this small business at all. Naaman played with the cat's eye stone ring on his finger and showed a thought-provoking smile. You are the outpost, aren't you? You want to find a channel to sell G rice in the central and southern regions of Medic. But Spat City, an important grain-producing city, is as stable as a millstone. Do you think you can shake this ship with your strength? The picky customer was the real buyer. When the shrewd grain merchant heard Naaman's words, he felt a tug in his heart. But after thinking about it, he suddenly felt relieved. Moreover, when he saw how picky this customer was, he felt an inexplicable desire to speak his mind. I don't understand what you are talking about. The shopkeeper smiled. But I still have some understanding of the situation in Spat. The local G rice trade in this city is controlled by the Glows family and the Santos family, just like the city's management authority. The Glows family has fertile fields and tens of thousands of farmers working for them. The Santos family relies on their own domestication base and is a big buyer of local G rice. The cooperation between the two families can indeed stabilize the price of G rice and even affect the G rice trade in the central and southern regions of Medak. But now the two families seem to be in trouble, and now is the time when there is a shortage of young people. Our G rice is entering the market now. The timing is just right. After hearing this sincere explanation, Namen couldn't help but nod. Can you say that again? The shopkeeper was stunned. I understand, but this business is not mine alone. Can you help me persuade my partners? Namen explained to the grain merchant with a smile. Don't worry, my family's business is big. If I can persuade the other partners, let alone you, Belamis, I can even buy all the G rice from Beitar. Seeing the surprise in the shopkeeper's eyes, Namen added, words are no guarantee. Open your granary for me, and I will ask my men to empty it immediately. Let's see if we are strong enough to buy all your goods. Chapter 881. What have you done? Under the gaze of a group of trembling servants, Lady Bella, the noble bay of the Civil Affairs Department, stomped her feet in anger. This old man in his 50s was still able to jump 3 feet in the air. Obviously, he was furious to a certain extent. In fact, it was not his fault. In the face of the crisis of bankruptcy, no one would be able to remain calm. However, all of this happened too suddenly. First, the scale of perpetual order suddenly issued a notice. Due to the limited transportation capacity, each barrel of food transported from the overseas enclaves controlled by the Khedive would be charged an additional 30% transportation fee. Then, Bellam's grain warehouse in Spat City was seized, and all of the goods were confiscated and destroyed because of the discovery of pests in the thorn rice, which violated the food safety regulations set by the scale of perpetual order. Finally, the Megalosaurus Pasha's territory, including Spat City, completely stopped the import of food from Bite. Some cities in the south also followed suit and issued notices. Bella Bay's heart was bleeding. He could not help but scold his servants. However, as he more or less knew the inside story, he did not completely put the blame on his servants. Therefore, he was not so angry that he pulled out his machete and killed these incompetent people on the spot. After all, it was not easy for them to sell all of the goods except for the food and run back to Bite with the money. Master. Seeing that the master was getting tired of scolding, the butler asked, "Can I make a suggestion?" "Go ahead." Bella glanced at him. "Can we send someone to Spat City to talk to the lords?" The butler could not think of a word to describe it. He could only use lords to refer to it. Maybe we can persuade them to at least transport our thorn rice back to where we came from. Even if this batch of food is infested with pests, at least some of it can be used to make wine. At least we can recoup some of the losses. The butler knew that there was no other way. Although the Megalosaurus Pasha was nominally a vassal of Pharaoh, most of the Pasha territories and trading cities in the south and central regions only obeyed the orders of that lord and ignored the orders of Bite City's pharaoh. If things really got out of hand, the Bella family might have to give up a large portion of their benefits. Who should we send? How are we going to interact with the scale of perpetual order? Isabella did not avoid the topic. "I know your dilemma," the butler immediately said. Even though he was standing closest to Bella, he still lowered his voice. "You're wondering what Pharaoh will think. However, Belamis is not just our family's money bag." "Are you talking about the Khedive?" "That's right. Master, this trade ban is like an all. Although only our piece of cloth has a big hole now, if we don't solve the problem, it will leak out everything in the bag sooner or later." Bella nodded and didn't say anything else. She then let the other servant leaders who had been summoned leave by themselves. When he returned to his bedroom, the Bey with real power in Bite City took out a silver mirror. While stroking the patterns on the mirror, he looked at the images on the mirror, Those small leaders who had walked out of their own house were now gathering outside the gate of Bella's house, whispering to each other. Although he could not hear what they were talking about, he could at least guess a thing or two. Everyone only has interests in their eyes. They gather for interests, and they disperse for interests. Bella sighed in her heart. In the Medici Empire, the nobles like the Bey, Wali, or Aga had real power and their respective fiefs, but they still could not have the initiative like the Pasha and the Khedive, because some of the things they controlled were actually dependent on the bureaucratic system built by Pharaoh. Sometimes, in terms of freedom, they couldn't even compare to the elected officials of the various regions. Apart from a small number of archons who were directly appointed by the pharaoh, most of the archons were actually officials who were chosen through popular elections. In this way, most of the governors were controlled by some local prominent families. Naturally, they had a strong appeal in the local areas, and it was more convenient for them to do things. However, when managing the city, the elected governors still needed the help of the nobles appointed by Pharaoh, such as Bey, Wali, Aga, and so on. Otherwise, the city under their management would fall into chaos. Without the Bey in charge of civil affairs, the citizens would not be able to sue normally, and the city would be full of violence and injustice. Without the Wali in charge of bookkeeping and tax collection, the city would be full of bad debts, and the whole city would fall into extreme poverty. Without the Aga in charge of public security, petty theft would be rampant, and even more bandits who killed and set fires would gradually breed in the huge Medici Empire. Almost all the cities had to follow the bureaucratic system set by Pharaoh to operate normally. The only exception was the territory controlled by the megalosaurus Pasha Keys. The reason why this territory was so special was that the rules set by the scale of perpetual order would be recognized by everyone. Those who did not accept the rules could not survive in this land. Can't they give me a way out? The governor, who had just arrived in Spat City, was now lying on the lap of his new wife to recover his energy. He also had a cold towel on his head. The tiredness from the continuous journey from Bite, plus the many troubles he encountered after entering Spat City, finally made this middle-aged man in his 40s fall ill. The young woman named Shanka was now fanning him with a feather fan. Hearing her husband's words, she just pretended not to understand what he was saying. This was also in line with her current identity, a girl from a merchant family with Japanese ancestry. She grew up in the southern part of Medici and did not understand the accent of the northern province of Medici Empire. Seeing that Shanka did not respond to him, the consul named Edgar was not angry. First of all, he was infatuated with her beautiful face, otherwise he would not have married her. Second of all, he was just complaining, and it was best if no one heard him. However, lying on the bed made of brocade and rattan, his thoughts were not idle for a while. As a member of a noble family from Bite, which was not very famous, Edgar was able to be entrusted with important tasks by Pharaoh. He had relied on his own ability to get promoted time and time again. He was not only good at managing relationships, but also very good at seizing opportunities. Although he complained that Pharaoh and Mako put him on the volcano crater to roast him, he was actually more or less calculating in his heart. This is a dangerous place, but isn't it also a blessed place? Although I have to be careful as the temporary governor of Sparut City to avoid offending the scales of Eternity Chamber of Commerce, it's also because of this identity that those powerful nobles who wouldn't have interacted with me in the past actually took the initiative to contact me and curry favor with me. Edgar pondered in his heart. Although I have to be careful as the temporary governor of Sparut City to avoid offending the scales of Eternity Chamber of Commerce, it's also because of this identity that those powerful nobles who would never have interacted with me in the past actually took the initiative to contact me and curry favor with me. He tilted his head, and the fragrance coming from Shanka's body made him a little more awake. On a desk not far away, A reed pen clipped to a shelf was writing something with a schwa-schwa sound. The reed pen was in pairs, and under the power of the obsidian magic bead. When one reed pen was writing, the other reed pen could also write simultaneously. The reed pen was in the hands of a Khedive. He could not make friends with such a person in the past, even if he wanted to. But now, the other party took the initiative to give him a pair of reed pens, and expressed that they would like to communicate frequently. Bullsh asterisk T friendship. Edgar said disdainfully in his heart. Do you think I don't know what you're thinking? Chapter 882. I don't care. Naaman, who was disguised as Santos, said to Edgar, who had come to visit him, while chewing the stew in his mouth. Seeing the attitude of the patriarch of a prominent family, the newly appointed acting governor of Spat was speechless. In his opinion, running a city was like carpentry. It required axes, adzes, and chisels, and each tool had its own purpose. But I have to care, Edgar said angrily, his nose twitching, which was a sign that he had not recovered from his fever. Since I'm acting governor, although I don't expect to make the situation better, I can't make it worse. Naaman gave him a sidelong glance. So, you're here to be a tax collector? The contract demon was very good at imitating creatures. At this moment, he was acting like the real Santos. After finishing the stew, he wiped his hands with the belt hanging around his waist. I heard that several Khedive's representatives have visited you in the past few days. Hearing this, Edgar frowned. It was the second time since he came in. The first time was because he was surprised to find that Santos, the former elected governor, did not prepare a seat for him. Instead, Santos asked him to stand and talk with him. Looking at the wrinkles between Edgar's eyebrows, Naaman did not wait for him to speak. He laughed and then said, Again, I don't care. Spat has never been just Spat. It's a city under the jurisdiction of the Megalosaurus Pasha. Without the Khedive, our goods will still sell. This was not a soft rebuke. Edgar had no choice but to say, but the Khedive need us. They need this city as a transit center to swallow the goods produced in their territory. That's right. Naaman clapped his hands, straightened his body, and sat down. You're right, but there's one careless mistake. It's not we, but you or we. He pointed to his nose. The reason this city is called Spat is because the people who live here are Spat people, and Spat people will only help other Spat people. For the next 3 years, I will also live here, Edgar said quickly, almost biting his own tongue. When the acting governor, who was appointed by Pharaoh and parachuted into Spat, left, the butler of the house immediately appeared in front of Santos. Master, the butler bowed. That guy is capable, but he's definitely a money grubber. He hasn't been idle since he came to our place. Those Khedive are also restless? Of course. Originally, Medic didn't have any Khedive more honorable than Pasha. It's just that after the Megalosaurus Pasha destroyed Wusong, many enclaves appeared in the empire for no reason. Those islands couldn't be left unmanaged, so the last pharaoh promoted a dozen Khedive at once. The Khedive had been in business for 50 to 60 years, which was only 1 or 2 generations. Unlike the other Pasha, these Khedive didn't have to go to Bite City for the roll call every year on Opat Festival. Many of them hadn't returned to Bite for years. Although they're all Khedive of the Medici Empire in name, they have the same authority as Pharaoh in the land they manage. Naaman, who was disguised as Santos, glanced at the butler. Driving the tiger to devour the wolf, the contract demon thought to himself, when it came to manipulating people's minds, how could a mere mortal compare to a demon who was born to do this? In an instant, his heart was like a mirror. I don't know if it's the last pharaoh or the current Mako who made this arrangement. I know. To the butler of Santos, Naaman didn't use words like "I don't care," to interrupt. After all, the people standing behind him were the nominal lords of Pharaoh and Megalosaurus Keys. Rashly becoming enemies with them might have an impact on a long-term plan that Keys had once made. It should be known that the Ash World was an extremely rare land abandoned by the gods in the multiverse. It was such an ordinary-looking plane, but it was actually able to isolate itself from the prying eyes and covetous eyes of all the gods, just like the world-famous Sigil City. Keys didn't doubt that there must be a huge secret that was enough to shake the heavens and the earth. After annihilating the Great Vexer, the young blue dragon only learned a corner of the various secrets of the Ash World, and there were still a lot of things waiting for him to discover. If it weren't for the opportunity related to the growth of his age, Keys would have already thought of returning to the Ash World to explore it. It was precisely because of this that the scales of eternal order was not well known in the Ash World, although many people in the Ash World also felt that this was a large interdimensional chamber of commerce with considerable power. In fact, the glorious deeds of slaughtering gods and initiating a war of extermination had almost never spread to this world. Most people in this world only felt that the establishment of the scale of eternal order by Megalosaurus Pasha was nothing more than the nature of Megalosaurus' love for wealth in its bloodline, making a fortune in silence. As for how the scale of eternal order should develop in the Ash World, Keys only made this one rule. Moreover, in the past 50 years, except for the Neon Empire when he returned from the Second Blood War, the scale of eternal order had not used an army in the Ash World for a long time. The Neon Empire's territory was far away on the other side of the ocean, and the Nomote province, which was known as the Megalosaurus Pasha's territory, happened to be in the hinterland of the Medici Empire, so there was almost no territorial friction. Therefore, in the past few decades, when the various Khedive flourished, although there were even armed conflicts between each other and the cities of the Medici Empire, they did not directly clash with the scale of eternal order. In terms of trade, the scale of eternal order, other than high-end weapons and equipment, which were almost never exposed in the Ash World, other products, including large-scale production tools, were not hidden from the Khedive territories. If they wanted to buy, they could buy. If they could not afford to buy, they could use the method of leasing to obtain the right to use the products in advance. Therefore, the relationship between the two parties was quite good. Originally, I banned the food goods, the purpose of which was to disrupt the plans of Mako, the pharaoh. But who would have thought that in the end, it would stir up a pool of muddy water and blow up so many ambitious Khedive? After dismissing the butler, Numan immediately fell into deep thought. Through the transmission of the Firmandis, the ghost face fish, and the Leviathan behemoths, his thoughts were soon connected to an incomparably huge figure in the depths of the boundless universe. After understanding the situation in the Ash World, the young blue dragon also began to think, but he immediately made a plan. Things are getting more and more interesting, but after all, you are not the real Santos. Find him, the guy who caused all the chaos but did not originally belong to this world, who makes me feel that he is a threat. As for the others, they are just a bunch of small fries. Chapter 883. That night, it rained in Sparut, but by the time the sun rose, the sky was as clear as still water. The chimneys in the workshops in the city spewed smoke straight into the windless sky, and the wet ceiling shone with silver light at sunrise. Although it was still early, the crowd had already moved along the fixed roads in the city. They either gathered in the inner city to work in the factories, or took the beast carriages out of the city to work in the fields. Not long after, the peddlers, merchants, and boatmen and sailors who made a living at the river port all walked out of their houses to start their work for the day. They went to bed later, so naturally they woke up later. The screams of the mackerels, the hammers and nails, the murmurs of the crowd, the creaking of the boats on the water. All kinds of sounds began to ring in the city, and the whole city gradually became more lively. What a beautiful city! Standing on the balcony of her house, overlooking Spat from the top of her 6-story apartment, Shanka could not help but exclaim, "The wealth of this plain is incredible. If you don't show your forked tongue when you speak, it will sound more convincing." The one who spoke was an old dog. It was squatting beside the shelf in the inner room of the balcony. At this moment, it was chewing and swallowing a large piece of bloody steak. The food was placed in a wooden bowl made of cherry wood, and the side of the bowl was inlaid with patterns of silver flowers. If this bowl was for humans, it would not be too extravagant, given the status of the master of the house, Edgar, as the acting consul of the society. However, to be honest, it was a little unreasonable to use such an expensive thing as a dog bowl. Nevertheless, Golik still felt that it was being looked down upon. It used to be a barbaric and fierce god. Although it was indeed a bit down and out, it eventually transformed into the powerful Altoros demon. Even if it was made of pure gold, it would still be blasphemy. After all, a dog bowl was a dog bowl. No matter how good the materials and workmanship were, it could not hide the nature of a dog bowl. Like you, I am also very hungry. Unlike you, I can still endure for a while for the next meal. The night hag Shanka turned into a gentle woman. She played with a heart-shaped stone in her hand as she pulled the curtain and walked back into the house. The Altoros demon stuck out its tongue and licked the last piece of meat into its mouth. If one looked carefully, one could distinguish human fingers, nail shavings, and other messy things from the minced meat. Say, do you think the Pharaoh of Medica is planning to wait for chaos to appear? He wants to fish in troubled waters. Golik answered his own question, as if he didn't have any intention of asking questions. If Yinagu was here at this time, the Nunol god, he would probably be a little worried that his old rival had suddenly become smart. Shanka did not respond to his words. Edgar really doesn't learn well. He has just recovered from a serious illness, and he has a beautiful wife at home, but he still has to go out to have fun. The leader of the night, Ghost Granny Battle Group, laughed. Do you think his body can take it? Is this acting consul making a mistake, or is he trying to defile himself? The more he goes out, the more people send things to his house. Golik said, his mouth full of fangs. Oh, is that so? He. While the night hag Shanka and the Altoros demon were chatting, Edgar was under great pressure. The acting governor was staying in the biggest, money-squandering den in Spat, but he was not looking for fun, and there were no beautiful women around him. Only a few old men were sitting around a table with him. He rubbed the ring on his finger, which was the symbol of the power of the governor of Spat. After Santos stepped down, this ring was supposed to be handed over to Glow. However, after a series of changes, it was finally given to Edgar, an outsider. Edgar blinked his eyes, which were bloodshot because of staying up late. You think too highly of me. Before Edgar could finish his words, an old man in a brocade robe and a beard, who was sitting closest to him, interrupted him. You are a descendant of the Igu family. Pasha, who was in charge of Spat more than 50 years ago, is your grandfather. If you are not qualified, then no one in this world is qualified. Upon hearing this, Edgar could not help but widen his eyes and glare at the old man, who spoke. Are you threatening me? Although his tone was unfriendly, it was more or less a show of strength. That old man was one of the big bosses behind Bellamis, the representative of the Ruinbotif family. Because he had a falling out with the other big boss of Bellamis, the representative of Bellamis, he had come to look for Edgar, the acting consul, to reduce the losses of the Ruinbotif family. Seeing Edgar's displeasure, the old man laughed and patted his lips with his hand. I drank all night last night, so I'm a bit drunk. I'm sorry. Although he was begging for forgiveness, he immediately changed the topic. 50 years is indeed enough to change the social customs. Sir Reneable also thinks so he often teaches us, the servants, to keep up with the times. Bella Bay is only willing to ship goods from the north and sell them in the south, but my lord wants to set up a factory. Edgar didn't comment, so the old man continued. To be honest, everyone here knows who the Spat City's General Administration of Commerce listens to. If you want to get the approval to set up a factory, it is not difficult to go through the proper procedures. But the difficult part is that after the factory is set up, we, as outsiders, cannot compete with the local nobles. We invited you here yesterday for no other reason than to take advantage of the shade under your big tree. Everyone here also wants to form a trade union and elect you as our leader. As he spoke, the old man took out a papyrus book that was emitting magic waves. The items listed on the contract were the personal thoughts of the old man who had talked to Edgar for a few hourglasses last night. In addition, with him taking the lead, the other agents of Reanibotif also took out their own contracts. Obviously, they had already discussed this. You guys. Edgar felt his temples throbbing, but he pretended to casually glance at the benefits listed on the contract. I can only agree. Not long after, the room was filled with the sound of women singing and talking. The money-squandering cave was still the same. They are all sharpening their knives, but they don't know who is the pig and who is the sheep. Naaman, who had disguised himself as Santos, was hiding in a quiet basement, busy with his own business. In front of him was a complicated machine that was running nonstop. The gears clicked and rotated, and the slender metal needles made fine pinholes on the long strips of paper to record information. The day before yesterday, the scale of perpetual order secretly sent the most advanced difference engine. At this time, the engine was running at full power, analyzing the movements of the various forces in Spat City to the best of its ability. Naaman was guarding here day and night. He was responsible for pouring black oil into the generator set of the difference engine and reading the analysis results with the machine that could decipher the pinhole code. On the table beside him, parchment scrolls covered with lapis lazuli powder were spread out in different categories. On the scrolls were labels such as Khedive, Pharaoh Mako, Spat City, the scale of perpetual order, and so on. The data was constantly changing. In Naaman's hand was a round plate branded with the pattern of Megalosaurus. On the plate, there were 2 test tubes containing red and green alchemy potions. Following the changes in the data, the red and green-colored test tubes were constantly changing heights. Although the height of the solution in the red test tube was always higher than the green one, which meant that in the game of Spat City, the scale of perpetual order would definitely be the final winner. Naaman did not feel relieved, because there were 15 small gears engraved with 10 numbers from 0 to 9. As the results of the difference engine were being read, the gears automatically rotated to show the amount of cost, or loss. Someone wants to flip the table. If we don't use force to stop it, the loss is unavoidable, Naaman thought. He had already calculated more than 300 solutions using the difference engine. But no matter which solution he adopted, the scale of perpetual order would at least lose hundreds of thousands of gold Drogo coins. One had to know that the taxes collected by the city of Sparut only amounted to about 20,000 gold Drogon a year. Quest put him in charge of handling the affairs here. Although he only said, handle it properly, Naaman couldn't figure out the extent of handle it properly. If they did not use force to quell the chaos, it would more or less cause a certain amount of loss. But if this loss caused the city to face decadence for more than 10 years, it would not be considered appropriate. Master just moves his mouth, but the servant runs his legs. Naaman muttered softly, but he immediately shut his mouth. The difference engine in front of him was a strange object. It only relied on its calculation ability to suppress prophecy spells. It was best at analyzing all kinds of information. Just now, because of Numan's complaint, the difference engine included his uneasiness, which led to some changes in the data that was read out. The numbers that represented the loss and cost jumped up by a few places. When Naman calmed down, the data returned to normal. Suddenly, a copper pipe on the table next to his hand started ringing. Naman quickly reached out and caught the sound-transmitting lizard that jumped out of the copper pipe. He took a piece of dried meat from a small plate on the table and fed it to the lizard. After swallowing the dried meat into its stomach, the sound-transmitting lizard spat out a small brass marble from its throat. Naman looked at the words "Gold Squandering Den" engraved on the copper marble. Then he touched the back of the sound-transmitting lizard, massaged it twice, and stuffed it back into the copper pipe on the table. Then he picked up the copper marble spat out by the sound-transmitting lizard and threw it into a funnel-shaped opening on the difference engine. As the copper marble fell into the hole, the paper tape outside the difference engine began to spray out crazily. Naman quickly read the pinhole data on it. He held the disc tightly in his hand, and the gears on it began to rotate. Chapter 884. The astral whale jerky in his claws had been completely devoured, and the young blue dragon had not had a good meal for several days. However, he did not feel hungry, and his mood was not bad. That was because he seemed to have found the opportunity he was looking for on this trip. Amidst the starry sky, a comet belt similar to the Kuiper belt appeared in front of him. Some were as big as a plane, while others were as small as gravel. The astral world was also known as the graveyard of the gods. Most of the bodies of the dead gods were here, like a river. It flowed quietly in front of Sui Xiong. Keys had a strong feeling that what he was looking for was deep in this river. Moving in the astral plane could only rely on the guidance of spells or the propulsion of psionic powers, and physical movements could not change the form of movement of objects. However, he still swung his tail habitually, folded the wings behind his back, and rushed into the comet belt formed by the god corpses like an arrow released from a bow. His psionic powers surged out, pushing the young blue dragon forward at high speed. The cobalt blue hazy scales on the surface of his body scraped violently against the god corpses, occasionally emitting dazzling arcs of light. The smaller god corpses were directly ground to dust on Keys's body, and because they no longer had any divinity, they could no longer materialize in the astral plane and then turned into nothingness. The larger god corpses were smashed into smithereens, and the scattered divinity all filled the gaps between the young blue dragon scales, and was slowly absorbed by this monster that could digest divine power. If I had enough time, bathing in this galaxy would be a pleasure. Bathing and absorbing a lot of divine power. Wouldn't that be a great bargain? Keys thought to himself as he bravely moved forward. Still, he wasn't held back by such petty profits. No matter how precious those divine corpses were, they were nothing more than scraps left behind after the death of a god, and the divinity and divine energy they could preserve was almost negligible. Keys, who had devoured an entire divine kingdom of Stim, the god of virtual games, was someone who had seen and eaten before. With the time he had spent crossing the Sea of Stars, wouldn't it be more efficient for him to find a detestable god and swallow his god's kingdom than to bathe in the comet belt of the god's corpse in the astral plane? Therefore, Keys's only thought was to accelerate, and accelerate, no matter what was in his way. He would use it as a strategy. It is better to take things straight and not to seek them in a crooked way. After traveling for an unknown distance, Keys suddenly felt the pressure on his body lighten abruptly. It was as if a gap had appeared in the densely packed god corpses in this area. Moreover, he suddenly wrinkled his nose and took a deep breath. Oxygen and nitrogen suddenly appeared in this area of the astral plane where there shouldn't have been any air. Something's wrong. Keyes finally managed to stop himself. Because there was air, although it was very thin, there was actually sound in this corner of the astral plane that was completely silent. After 7 or 8 years, this was the first time Keyes had used his hearing organs instead of his psionic power to simulate sound. It was a series of incessant gurgling sounds, as if he had plunged into a pit of prawns. Gurgling, what is it? A large blue toad blocked in front of Keyes. Of course, this large was only relative to ordinary people. Fortunately, the young blue dragon's eyes were sharp. Otherwise, such a small thing would not have been easy to discover. This large blue toad was naked. Its body was covered with diamond-shaped protrusions, as if it was embedded with a large amount of cinders. Compared to its robust body, this blue toad's eyes were very small. They were somewhat disproportionate on its huge, fang-bearing mouth. There were no webbing between its fingers and toes. They were very thick and strong. 2 sharp bone spurs protruded from the back of its palms like Wolverine. A slaw toad. Keyes thought to himself. Logically speaking, it was not impossible for a slaw toad to appear in the astral plane. However, for a slaw toad as weak as a slaw toad, the slaw toad race's combat strength was ranked 3rd from the bottom. The 1st and 2nd from the bottom were the slaw toad tadpole and the slaw red toad, respectively. Unless they were sent to the abyss by a powerful dead toad to be cannon fodder on the bloody battlefield, it was usually unlikely for them to run out of the sea of chaos. Therefore, when Keyes saw a slaw toad, he was more or less puzzled. However, when the slaw toad saw that Keyes was ignoring it, it became unforgiving. This slaw toad swam through the air like it was paddling water. As it quickly approached the young blue dragon, it was still scolding, "You idiot, don't you understand what I'm saying? You can't do anything, but you're the best at pretending to be stupid." Keyes was speechless. The young blue dragon blew out a gust of air and directly blew this unruly fellow 2 miles away. It only stopped when it smashed into a slightly larger piece of the god's corpse. It was embedded in the piece of the god's corpse that was no different from a rock. It struggled for a long time, but still could not break free from the deep pit. Its body is quite strong, Keyes suddenly thought as he looked at the struggling slaw toad. Although this slaw toad's eyesight was not good, and its brain was not good, the sturdiness of its body was quite proportional to its ability to curse. It was already not easy for it not to be directly smashed to death on the piece of the god's corpse. Just as Keyes was admiring it and was about to completely send this blind slaw toad to the next world, another croak suddenly sounded in his ears. "Croak! Croak! If you dare to croak, I'll croak." The unspoken, but very dirty words instantly intimidated the young blue dragon's mind. Keyes suddenly had an illusion. He began to wonder if he had plunged headfirst into the land of Zu-an. As the sound came closer, a big toad that was smaller than the slaw toad was hopping on the pieces of the god's corpse floating in the void and quickly approaching the young blue dragon. It was a slaw green toad. It had horns on its head that extended to both sides like a water buffalo. It had long fleshy whiskers that looked like whiskers on its fat chin. Its whole body was covered with wrinkles. It was more civilized than the blue toad. At the very least, it had a leather skirt made of unknown animal skin around its waist. It held a red crystal ball in one hand and a staff with a few skull bells on it in the other. Behind this green slaw toad were more than a dozen blue and red toads. Although slaw toads were pure chaotic creatures, they were born to put their own thoughts first. Generally speaking, as long as there was a chance to enslave other slaw toads, they would generally never give up such an opportunity. Therefore, most of the red and blue toads were brought over by the green toads. Keyes thought the green toad should have some intelligence. Croak! A curse ray instantly shot out from the top of the skull staff. It shot in a strange trajectory in the void toward the young blue dragon, who was slightly stunned. "Damn its staff," Keyes said angrily. Zu-en was like a plague that was very contagious. Chapter 885. Looking at the latest data derived from the difference engine, Nauman could not help but raise his eyebrows. His joy was almost overflowing. There are still some variables missing. The contract demon in the form of a leviathan caressed the rough disk, his fingers inadvertently fiddling with the 2 red and green test tubes inlaid on the disk. "We can't be stingy even if we have to spend some money." Thinking of this, he immediately pulled some blank paper tape, bent over the table, and wrote some words. Then, he gently rubbed the paper tape a few times, and the paper tape turned into copper balls of the same size. Picking up a small wooden mallet, he rhythmically knocked the brass pipe parallel to the table a few times, and the runes branded on the pipe wall shone with a pale red light. Not long after, a few sound transmission lizards crawled out one by one and lined up on the table, like soldiers waiting for inspection. Nauman pinched their backs, and the back of each sound transmission, lizard showed a number painted with fluorescent powder. He fed them the copper balls according to the number in his hand. Soon, the sound transmission, lizards that swallowed the copper balls all disappeared, and the whole secret room was only left with the click-click sound of the difference engine's gears, and the click sound of the steel needle piercing the paper tape. Desert Elves' sacred mountain, Washigu. When a few desert elven supreme warriors wearing classic robes and fanatic chainmail came to the gate of Zakmir's camp, the ordinary members of the desert elven clans, who were preparing for the hero ceremony, were still busy setting up the necessary props for the hero ceremony. The orc Fazak, the special envoy of the scale of perpetual order, was standing on the wall of the camp without saying a word, looking at the rectangular military tents inside and outside the wall. During this time, he did not see any show-off or celebration, only the busy scene in front of him, like worker ants building a nest. "It's a little less than I expected." His deputy and son, Marsh, were staring angrily in front. Morning frost descended, covering the nearby hills and valleys. Fazak put his rough palm on the battlements, feeling the stone that had experienced the vicissitudes of life. The wall was built by the people of the scale of perpetual order 50 years ago by cutting rocks from Washigu to educate the people of the desert elves who lived in the land. In the past, the desert elves liked to praise the dead and say goodbye to them. But now, they are praising the living and paying tribute to the heroes. He would not give up any opportunity to educate the heir of the family. Our Fezzik family is the same. There's no need to beg for mercy from the various gods and devils. Just take whatever you want. Looking at Marsh, who was deep in thought, Fazak continued, "And all of this is entirely thanks to the guidance and teachings of the great Megalosaurus, as well as the clear rules and regulations of the scale of perpetual order. You haven't experienced the baptism of the purgatory blood war, so you can't understand how difficult it was for us to survive. However, in this world, difficulties and opportunities often depended on each other. Challenges that could not be encountered in Ramses King's Landing City might be easily encountered in the Ash world. This is your opportunity. You have to be aware of it and grasp it firmly." After saying this, Fazak did not say anything else. He turned his head and walked down the wall to inspect the construction of the training ground. Every 3 years, a grand gathering would be held in the Kimmer camp at the foot of the holy mountain, Washigu. The various desert elves of the Ash world would send their supreme warriors to compete here, whether they won or lost. As long as they could prove their bravery, these desert elves would have the opportunity to be taught by Brock one of the elders of the scale of perpetual order, and the strongest of the desert elves. With this relationship, the clans that were once supreme warriors could take advantage of the convenient conditions of the scale of perpetual order to obtain better living conditions. Therefore, for more than 50 years, the various desert elven clans had been scrambling for this grand ceremony. They would send the best of their clans to compete with the heroes of the other clans in the ceremony and strive to obtain a better ranking. However, as time went by, the desert elves, who originally lived in a barren land and had a wild and untamed nature in their bones, gradually changed. As their lives became more comfortable, the desert elves who had been living peacefully for a long time gradually lost their edge. In the past, there were thousands of supreme warriors who came to compete, and even some desert elves would cross half the world to participate in the ceremony in Washigu. However, in recent years, there were often only a few hundred warriors who came to participate in the ceremony of heroes. Moreover, in the last few grand ceremonies of heroes, there were even desert elf supreme warriors who were opportunistic. They would communicate with their competitors in advance, first using money and goods to make a deal. Then, they would fight a beautiful exhibition match in the arena, using this to achieve a higher ranking. After discovering this situation, Blatch was extremely furious. He had always been ruthless and ruthless. Not only did he personally kill the few desert elf supreme warriors who dared to fake the competition, but he also appointed the Phazak Orc tribe as a special envoy to supervise the hero festival on the spot. Seeing Phazak leave the city, Marsh hurriedly followed him down. The main force of the Chamber of Commerce has followed several lords to the next battlefield. The young orc's eyes moved as two desert elves worked together to lift a huge water tank. This huge water tank could drink more than a dozen six-legged warhorses at the same time. He originally thought that the desert elves would mostly ride grayscale birds like before, but now most of the supreme warriors who had been pampered for a long time preferred to ride the six-legged warhorses, which were more comfortable but not easy to raise. It's comfortable to ride, but it can't run fast enough. Damn it! Marsh spat. Phazak stopped in his tracks and glared at his son. Marsh immediately realized the inappropriateness of his words and remained silent. Phazak's eyes narrowed into a line. Speak too much. Everything is not confidential, and it is the only shortcut to self-destruction. Seeing that Marsh was a little discouraged, Phazak considered that he might have said too much. However, he naturally had a way to motivate his proud son. The leader of the orc battle group took out a copper ball from his leather coat and said, "Mr. Nauman sent me a shocking news. The Hero Festival will not be held in Kimmer. Wait until tomorrow, when all the Desert Elven supreme warriors selected by the clans arrive. You will take them away from Washigu for a proper survival trial." Although Lord Brock also said that he did not care about life or death, but you also know that only those who win and survive are heroes. As he spoke, Phazak flicked his finger, and the copper ball flew into Marsh's palm. The young orc's eyes were filled with joy. He hurriedly crushed the copper ball and took out the paper inside. After looking at it for a while and memorizing all the contents, he quickly chanted a spell and burned the paper into ashes. Chapter 886. The morning fog dissipated, replaced by the melancholy and exhaustion of the desert elven warriors in Zakmer's camp. They had been ordered not to leave their campsite after dinner last night. Generally speaking, as the only social activity of the desert elven clans, there would be a large-scale banquet in the evening of every festival of heroes so that the clans could communicate with each other and resolve their differences. However, last night, the envoy from the scale of perpetual order had issued a curfew order. Many desert elves guessed that it might be because the Chamber of Commerce was not satisfied with the results of the recent Festival of Heroes. after eating meat porridge for breakfast and receiving orders from the Orc Wolf Riders, they staggered towards the special envoy's tent. Fazak stood at the entrance of the tent, silently welcoming every pair of eyes. Marsh came over after almost everyone had arrived, and he was surrounded by a few of his brothers. Most of the Desert Elven, supreme warriors who came to Zakmar's camp to participate in the competition were elders and children of the chiefs of their respective clans. In their daily training, besides practicing the martial arts of their respective clans, they had at most hunted some fierce beasts. They had not even experienced small-scale breakthroughs. Therefore, when they saw the murderous Orc Wolf Riders, they instinctively felt a little uncomfortable. It was as if he had become the prey that was being hunted, and could be killed by the experienced hunters at any time. None of these Desert Elven supreme warriors spoke, but as they passed by, the air was filled with fear and unwillingness. They stood side by side with the others, waiting to be judged. The curtain of the envoy's tent was lifted, and a general in thick armor walked out. Judging from his figure, he should be an orc, and his physique was even stronger than Fazak's. After walking out of the tent, the orc happily took a deep breath of the morning air. When the air passed through the T-shaped gap in his helmet, the cool air seemed to be raised in temperature in an instant, and the exhaust gas he exhaled out of his body was even mixed with some sparks. "My name is Hound Tamer." A leather whip appeared in the orc's hand. As he gently flipped his hand, a crack was heard, and the tip of the whip tore open a crack on the ground. "I'm a special instructor of the Chamber of Commerce. I followed Special Envoy Fazak to the Ash World to train Lord Brock's disappointing juniors. I will now announce 2 new rules. First, the format of this year's Hero Festival needs to be changed slightly. You don't have to fight in the ring. You will have other opportunities to show your martial arts skills. Second, you are allowed to raise objections, but the dog tamer suddenly changed the topic, and the neatly lined up Desert Elf Supreme Warriors all felt a murderous intent sweep over them. "I only accept protests with fists. If you can't convince me, then go to hell." Whether it was the other Fazak orcs present or the Desert Elf Supreme Warriors who came to participate in the Festival of Heroes, they all stood at attention when they heard the Hound Trainer's murderous declaration. It was unknown whether it was out of fear or shock, but the entire Kimmer camp became silent. That was until Fazak came to their rescue. "Now that the instructor is done, let me tell you about the new mode of the Ceremony of Heroes." When Fazak's speech began, the door of the special envoy's tent opened without any wind, and the Hound Trainer immediately walked back. As if he didn't see the flickering colors in the Desert Elf's eyes, Fazak explained one by one what the new mode of the Ceremony of Heroes was. Everyone gradually understood that not only this ceremony, but there would also be no more fighting in the ring in the future. Instead, they would go to a hunting mode. They would rush to a place and fight a monster there for 3 days. Someone would use magic to record each of their performances. After the hunt was over, they would give a corresponding evaluation based on their performance. Marsh stepped forward, except for what the prey was. Fazak had finished explaining all the details of the new mode of the Ceremony of Heroes. He pointed to his son and said to the Desert Elves, "He is responsible for following you and recording your performance, but you won't see him. And if he is in danger, he doesn't need your help. If he can't survive, it's his own fault. It's the same for him, and it's the same for you. If you have the ability, you can go anywhere." When Eternal Blaze began to climb to the top of Washigu, the Desert Elves, who were ready to go, all gathered together. After receiving a beating from the Hound Trainer, they were somewhat unconvinced. After all, these people were all favored by the gods of the various clans and were the top warriors in their clans. Even now, the title of Supreme Warrior was not like before, where they had to use the tip of a spear to skewer the heads of 10 warriors of the enemy clans in front of their own home to justify their title. But these desert elf supreme warriors believed that they had no problem killing a monster to prove themselves. They weren't pushovers either. Unlike the desert elves who wore berserker chain armor and carried 1 or 2 weapons, Marsh only carried a small bag and came to the front of Kimmer camp. He did not ride a 6-legged warhorse, but only led a gray-scaled bird. The desert elf supreme warriors looked at his mount, and many of them curled their lips rather imperceptibly. While the gray-scaled bird was easy to raise and could travel long distances better than the 6-legged warhorse, this kind of mount was not only very bumpy, but also limited in its ability to carry weight. In their opinion, with Marsh's weight on the gray-scaled bird, even if it could carry it, it would be far behind the main group in running. That's it. He couldn't even catch up with the main group. The desert elves couldn't help but wonder how Marsh was going to record their hunting performance. However, Ma Sheng immediately taught them a lesson, who said that a mount had to be ridden. The young orc grinned and took out 2 plate-like objects that were twisted from the ribs of unknown creatures from the bag on his back. Then he took out a long rein. He first fastened the former to a special hook at the bottom of his boot, and then he casually put the rein in a raised ring on the saddle on the back of the gray-scaled bird. Target, the top of Washigu. Forward. With a long howl, the trained gray-scaled bird immediately galloped. Under its pull, Marsh slid forward rapidly on the sand as if he was riding a sleigh. The desert elf supreme warriors riding 6-legged warhorses could only urge their horses to chase after the orcs so that they did not fall too far behind. Dust and sand flew all the way, and it took them 2 hourglasses to reach the top of the holy mountain. Marsh was already waiting for them here. The gray-scaled bird was now released by its master and was foraging for grass seeds and insects in the gaps of the vegetation on the top of the mountain. It was very comfortable. The desert elves riding 6-legged warhorses up the mountain did not have it so easy. Moreover, climbing the mountain exhausted the 6-legged warhorses, and many of them were panting with their tongues out. If they ran for a while more, they would probably fall to the ground. Now, looking at the desert elves who were as tired as their mounts, but at least had some strength, Marsh showed a ferocious smile. I will announce the specific location of the monster hunt. It is at the foot of the mountain opposite, Washigu. There is a mine that can be used to mine talc, alabaster, clay, and limestone. You have to enter the cave to hunt those monsters. I will take my leave first. Remember, if you do not enter the mine when eternal blazing sun reaches the top of the sky today, then you do not have to enter again. You will automatically be considered eliminated and can return to your clan. With that, without waiting for the desert elves to react, Marsh got up and went down the mountain. He did not look for his mount. Instead, he jumped and flipped over the rocks along the steep slope of Washigu and quickly moved along the cliff to the foot of the mountain. Looking at the orc's superb lightness, the desert elf supreme warriors could not help but secretly click their tongues. Although their bodies were light and they were naturally agile, they immediately paled in comparison. However, under the pressure of the final time limit, this group of desert elf supreme warriors could only bite the bullet and leave their mounts behind. They sprinted from the top of the mountain to the hunting destination at the foot of the mountain. Fortunately, some of them had brought ropes. Although there were some dangers in descending the mountain at such a fast speed, there were not many casualties. Before Eternal Blaze reached the top of the sky, all the desert elves had also entered the mine. Hey, where did that orc supervisor named Marsh go? More than 300 desert elf supreme warriors walked into the mine one after another. They found that this place seemed to have been abandoned for some time. According to the geographical division, the Washigu Holy Mountain was the territory of the Dragonborn clan. The kobold miners would not give up such a mine that was still very valuable. Because the desert elves generally had a vision of more than 10 feet in the dark, they did not light torches or other illuminating objects, even in the dark mine. Moreover, when this mine was in operation, it seemed that there were not only kobold miners, but also human workers. Therefore, the height of the cave was enough for the desert elves to walk upright. To their surprise, as they went further underground, the width and height of the mine gradually increased. Something's not right, many desert elves muttered to themselves. Even though kobolds originally had the habit of living in the depths of the mine, those who lived on this land were all kobolds of the Dragonborn clan. Under the care of the great Megalosaurus Keys, the living conditions of these kobolds of the Dragonborn clan were far better than their peers. They had their own more comfortable towns above ground, and there was no need for them to expand their living space underground. In fact, before this group of desert elves had doubts, Marsh, who had arrived here first, had already begun to have doubts. As the heir of the Fazak family, in addition to being a powerful orc warrior due to the unique resources of the Scale of Perpetual Order, he also practiced the Path of Druids. And because of this, he, who could cast some unique spells, was the best candidate to supervise and record the hunting performance of those desert elf supreme warriors. However, this was still a test for him. Before entering the mine, he actually did not know what kind of monsters he was going to hunt. Either through his own analysis or through exploration, he would find the answer behind this question. Chapter 887. At some point, Marsh had taken out the bone plate that was previously used as a sand sled. But this time, he did not insert the bone plate into the buckle on the bottom of his boots. Instead, he inserted it into his back. Strangely enough, even though there were two foreign objects inserted into his back, not a single drop of blood flowed out. As soon as the bone plate came into contact with the skin on his back, it was instantly wrapped tightly. Layers of scales began to spread on Marsh's body. Even the clothes he was wearing and the berserker's armor were integrated into it. His mouth began to split open, and jagged fangs protruded from his upper and lower jaws. Sharp and thick claws grew out of his hands and feet. Using the druid's transformation, he turned from an orc into a shark lizard beast. Marsh, who was in a transformed state, could not speak, but he did not need to speak now. This shark lizard beast, who had dark brown skin like an orc, shook his head. His two claws quickly dug into the ground. In front of his thick and powerful claws, the rocks in the mine were no different from tofu. He quickly dug forward in the ground. At the same time, he used the shark lizard beast's unique senses. He could feel the vibrations around him through his scales, and at the same time convert them into pictures in his mind. In addition, Marsh, who had transformed into a shark lizard beast, would not get lost in between the rock strata. It was really convenient to explore the underground world. After digging more than 600 yards underground, he had almost reached the deepest part of the Dragon Clan's kobolds' mining stone. While digging, Marsh could tell from his touch that this was a vein of thick alabaster, or it was reasonable to say that the kobold miners would absolutely not give up on such a rich mine. They must have encountered an unsolvable danger, Marsh thought. After continuing to dig deeper into the ground for a while, Marsh suddenly felt some unusual movements. He abruptly stopped his furious digging. Instead, he used a gentle method like a machine to move towards that place in a swimming posture. According to the shark lizard beast's senses, it should be a small stone room, and there were creatures moving inside. When he was less than half a yard away from the stone room, Marsh stopped digging. The muscles all over his body trembled. Like a spring that had been stretched taut and then released, he suddenly dashed out. With a bang, he smashed through a large piece of limestone wall and rushed into the stone room. In the dark space, a pair of humanoid creatures that were entangled with each other screamed in fear, but their screams quickly subsided. The throats of the two moaning dark elves were casually broken by Marsh. After a light, cracking sound, Marsh turned into an orc again, without the buff from the shark lizard beast. Nye could only see around 3 meters in front of him. He didn't remove the bone plate from his back. Instead, he crouched down and started groping the two naked dark elves. The dark elves were also known as drows. Although they were related to the elves, the drows were at best their despicable and evil cousins. These cunning creatures shuttled through the underground caverns and tunnels, using strength and fear to rule the huge underground city. They worshipped demons and would try to enslave most of the races they encountered. They were the most feared and hated inhabitants of the underworld. The drows were shorter and thinner than their relatives on the surface, but they were basically the same in other aspects. They had dull skin colors, ranging from black to dark purple. Most drows had white or silver hair and white or blood-red eyes. Their eyes were born like demons, able to completely see through the darkness. Coupled with their innate spell-like ability, dark magic, any trained drow was a dangerous assassin. In battle, the drows were ruthless and disdained fairness and mercy. They loved to ambush and lure the enemy. If the situation was bad, the drows would immediately escape, relying on slaves and minions to cover their retreat. These creatures were a matriarchal society. The drows living in a city were ruled by powerful nobles, and those nobles were led by dangerous and tyrannical matriarchs. They were constantly scheming against the enemy families and their compatriots. Most drows were ordinary soldiers and citizens, and because the nobles could receive education from the Tower of Martial Arts and the Spider Queen's Temple, there would be some powerful warriors and Spider Queen priests. Because the female drows had a higher status than the male drows, the Spider Queen priests were all female drows. The male drows were usually in a dominant position, even for the men who also served the Spider Queen's temple. The highest achievement they could achieve was to become the Spider Queen's priest or priest, and there was no possibility of becoming a more powerful priest. It was recognized that the spider goddess Ross, the main god of the drows, usually favored the female drows. Of course, there were always exceptions in this world. According to legend, there was indeed a male drow noble who was ranked third in his family. Because he was deeply loved by the spider goddess Ross, he was born with a talent far beyond his peers. Moreover, even if he betrayed his evil compatriots underground to come to the surface to pursue the light, and even became a believer of Mekali, the spider goddess still did not give up her love for the drow. Although she had encouraged many noble families to launch assassinations on the traitor, in the end, the traitor was still alive and well, and most of the drow noble families involved did not end well. Facts spoke louder than words. Fortunately, the drows had long been used to the capriciousness and tyranny of the spider goddess. In order to relieve the psychological pressure brought by such a god, the drows would usually find ways to find some entertainment for themselves anytime and anywhere for more than 300 years, such as killing, torture, sex, and so on. The drows who had just been killed by Marsh's sneak attack were the drows who were taking advantage of the patrol gap to have fun. A man and a woman, both warriors of the drows. By checking the nameplates with demonic fire spell attached to them, Marsh knew that they were the drows with the serial number of the 30th Patrol Team. Based on his understanding of the drows, unless it was a city garrison, the drows' patrol teams were usually composed of 1 or 2 drows with about a dozen bugbears, earth goblins, or more goblins. If the drows had conditions, there might also be 1 or 2 orcs, Tauren, or even Duergar in the patrol team. So, this mine is full of drows. Marsh's mind turned quickly. No wonder those kobold miners abandoned such a rich mine. Even the kobolds of the Dragonborn clan have no way to fight against the drows. But even if they can't fight against them, can the scale of perpetual order not fight against them? Impossible. The strength of the Chamber of Commerce is enough to flatten the underground world. So why would the Chamber of Commerce keep these disasters? By the way, where did these drows come from? Although he could not figure it out in his mind, Marsh, an orc druid, still perceived a key point. There was no drows in the Ash world originally. They were not a native species of this plane. But looking at the current situation, these drows had obviously grown up, and they had most likely developed in the Ash world for a long time. However, whether it was in Medic or the original Wusang Empire, the scale of perpetual order had been mining minerals and black oil for decades. It was absolutely impossible for the drows to take root and sprout underground in these two continents without being discovered by the Chamber of Commerce. They came from overseas. Marsh quickly came up with the only reasonable explanation. These drows are hiding in the territory of Khedive, who is in charge of the overseas enclaves of Medic. Otherwise, they would not have been able to hide for so long. Thinking of this, the orc druid did not think too much. Anyway, when it came to strategic issues, the Chamber of Commerce would make the decision and judgment. His mission was still to supervise the desert elves to hunt monsters. When enemies meet, their eyes are especially red. Those desert elves have to put in more effort this time. However, due to his limited knowledge, Marsh could not see through some problems so clearly. Although he had figured out where the drows came from, he did not think about why they came to this plane. The Ash world was a place abandoned by the gods, just like Sigil City. All the gods could not transmit their power to this plane. The drow family that led the tribe to the Ash world, the Spider Queen Priest, or even the matriarch of the family, came here, and their skills were almost instantly lost. For the noble drows, not to mention losing their power, even if their power declined, they were not far from death. Why did they come? What Marsh did not know was that the reason the scale of perpetual order did not exterminate the underground scourge with great fanfare was precisely because of this doubt, including Keyes, who was far away in the distant galaxy looking for opportunities. They were patiently waiting for the drows to take the next step. The more they moved, the more they understood. Therefore, this mine that had been abandoned by the kobolds of the Dragonborn clan was abandoned in the first place. Anyway, the kobold miners employed by the scale of perpetual order did not have to worry about losing their jobs at all. Not only in the Ash world, but also in several other material planes that were already controlled by the Chamber of Commerce, including the Ramsey plane, there were enough jobs waiting for them. The mines were endless. The sudden change of plan was because of a discovery by Naaman. When he was eavesdropping on the movements in Spat, he accidentally heard the conversation between the Khedive's agents and the acting governor, Edgar. The content of these conversations did not surprise him. The key was the accent that was inadvertently revealed in the words of these people. Contract demons knew all kinds of languages and were natural language masters in the multiverse. Although the Khedive's agents had been extra careful, Naaman still heard the subtle pronunciation habits of the drows from their pronunciation. This meant that the Khedive, who controlled the overseas enclaves, was not unaware of the drows' activities in their territory. They might have changed their allegiance to the drows. Since this was the case, Naaman immediately notified the higher-ups of the scale of perpetual order. They unanimously agreed to use this opportunity to provoke the drows and Khedive and see how they would react. Besides, how could they allow others to sleep soundly under their beds? Since the drows shamelessly came to the Dragonborn clan's territory, the Chamber of Commerce had long wanted to deal with them. Chapter 888. Sir, Sir. A sharp cry came from outside the stone room, and an earth goblin with a candle on his head carefully walked to the door of the stone room and shouted inside. There was an earthquake just now, and a few goblins were killed. I just finished dealing with their bodies. You see, the Earth Goblin said hesitantly. He knew what the two drow were doing in the stone room, so he didn't know if his report was ruining their mood. There was silence. The Earth Goblin suddenly had a bad feeling. He put a bone whistle in his mouth, gritted his teeth, and peeked inside the stone room. Two intertwined drow corpses came into his sight. His eyelids twitched, and he quickly blew the bone whistle. Beep, beep, beep. The shrill whistle traveled slowly through the rock strata. Not only did the drow patrol nearby hear the alarm, but the patrols in other mine tunnels also received the warning. The Earth Goblin with a candle on his head blew the bone whistle and ran into the depths of the mine without looking back. There was only one thought in his mind: run. Feeling the sudden outbreak of chaos in the underground mine, Marsh, who was hiding in the limestone strata, shook his head proudly. His rough scales rubbed against the rock strata and burst into sparks. He killed the two drow, which was like pouring cold water into a pot of hot oil. Instantly, the entire underground world was stimulated with a different kind of vigor. Soon, the desert elven supreme warriors who had entered the depths of the mine encountered the drow patrol that was hurriedly searching for intruders. The drow hated all elves who could survive on the surface, and the history of the desert elves was also full of unforgettable hatred for their underground cousins. In an instant, they began to hunt each other. Yes, hunting was mutual, although these underground races, led by the drow, were far behind the major desert elven clans that were close to the scale of perpetual order in terms of equipment. They had a large number of people. Moreover, because they lived underground for a long time, these underground races were better at fighting in the mine tunnels than the desert elven supreme warriors. At first, the drows in the patrol team rushed forward to kill their surface relatives because they didn't know the depth of the situation. As a result, before they could even get close, several drows were turned into beehives by the desert elves' guns and cannons. The cunning drows immediately changed their tactics. They either relied on the favorable terrain in the mine to resist, using the small rooms dug out by the kobold miners when they were mining to avoid the strong attacks of the desert elves, or they drove a large number of servants to attack the desert elves, while the drows themselves hid among the servants, waiting for an opportunity to launch a sneak attack. Some of the drow patrols were also chasing away the spider elves. In the drow city, if a noble was found guilty of a crime or angered the matriarch of a big family, he or she would most likely be subjected to the spider punishment. The venom of a demon-hunting spider would be implanted in their body, and then they would become a half-human, half-spider monster, attacking the desert elven supreme warriors fearlessly. Of course, due to the characteristics of the drow race, most of the spider elves were male. Their lower bodies were clumsy like tarantulas, while their upper bodies were lean. Their faces were like spiders, not drow, and their jaws had exposed giant teeth that could secrete poison. These spider elves often used spell-like abilities to hide their bodies and quickly approach their opponents from the ceiling of the mine. Then, they wielded heavy hammers, scimitars, and other weapons and jumped into the ranks of the desert elves to start a massacre. Not only were they born with thick skin, like demons, even if ordinary bullets were shot at close range, it would be difficult to kill them in one shot. Moreover, as long as their attacks hurt the opponent, the wound would immediately bleed nonstop, as if they were hit by the blood loss spell. The body would also be invaded by poison, gradually paralyzing the body. In addition, if the spider elves were flexible for a long time, they could also awaken more advanced spell-like abilities. The most common among them was the chain lightning spell, which was an area of effect attack. The desert elven supreme warriors were still cautious at first, and in order to resist the conspiracy of the drows, they adopted the tactic of huddling together. However, when the chain lightning struck, they had no choice but to scatter to avoid being wiped out by the leaping chain lightning. Gradually, under the ingenious division of the drows, The desert elven supreme warriors who went down to the mine for the hunting ritual could no longer maintain the unity of the large force. They were divided into small groups of a few people and launched a fierce guerrilla war with the large number of drows in the mine tunnels that extended in all directions. Some desert elves who relied too much on firearms died tragically at the hands of the drows or their servants because they ran out of ammunition and could not rely on their own strength to resist the attack of the drow patrols. Only those desert elven supreme warriors who did spend time studying martial arts could resist less strenuously at this time. Mashu, who had transformed into a shark lizard beast, was hiding in the rock formations. While concentrating on evaluating the performance of each desert elven supreme warrior through his vibration senses, he secretly wondered if he should also help them. After all, the purpose of this hunting operation was to select more powerful desert elven supreme warriors for the Chamber of Commerce, not to let all of them die in the underground mine tunnels. Help them, a voice sounded beside him. Mashu was so scared that the scales all over his body opened up. He smelled a familiar smell of engine oil. Yes, sir, the orc druid quickly replied. He opened his small eyes and looked around, but still could not find the existence that made the voice. Even deeper underground, the mine no longer existed. There were only huge caverns that had been dug out by unknown creatures. Since the Dragon Clan kobold miners had not been here, there was no doubt that this must be a tunnel dug by the underground races driven by the drows. An earth goblin with a candle on its head quickly walked through the tunnel. This gray-skinned creature stood as tall as an ordinary human when it stood up. Its pointed ears were bent backward, and it looked around vigilantly with a pair of bright red eyes. With the candle on its head and the surrounding fluorescent purple mushrooms providing light, it did not have to worry about getting lost in these intricate tunnels. However, it still had to be careful. After all, in the underground world, danger came from all sides. As it walked, the earth goblin with the candle on its head suddenly stopped, and its legs that were slightly short compared to its body were in a horse stance. It raised the shield tied to its left arm and blocked a fatal sneak attack from the top of its head. Clang! The left side of the earth goblin's arm was a little numb, but it still raised its right hand that was holding the curved sword and swung it upward. It was as if the serrated blade had cut through rubber. It only brought severe pain to the ambusher, but it did not cut off the arm that popped out. However, it was enough. With the wisdom of the troglodyte, it should have been able to judge that it was difficult to deal with and not suitable as food. Ho ho! The earth goblin laughed. With the dim light, he had already seen a troglodyte with a thin body using its two tentacle-like arms to quickly climb away through the cracks in the rocks. The danger was temporarily averted. He walked forward for another 200 to 300 yards and found a stone cave that was sealed with wooden boards. He opened the door and brought out a sturdy underground workhorse. The so-called underground workhorses were actually beasts that the Snibri underground gnomes had domesticated to carry ores. They were similar to horses, but their bodies were sturdier and more powerful. The horny folds on their hooves gave them a strong grip on the ground. An adult underground workhorse could even gallop on the rock walls that were almost perpendicular to the ground. Leading the underground workhorse, the earth goblin tightened his clothes and even tied himself to the saddle with a safety belt before climbing onto the horse's back. Due to the nature of the goblins, he was actually a little afraid of horses. However, he also knew that he would not be able to make it back in time by relying on his own strength. Thus, he had no choice but to bite the bullet and ride the horse to report. He sat on the horse's back, stabilized it, and pulled the reins tightly. With a light shake, the underground workhorse galloped into the distance along the tunnel. However, what he didn't know was that a figure was always following behind him. After 2 hourglasses or so, when the candle-headed earth goblin rode the underground workhorse into an underground fungus forest. That figure came out from the darkness. This figure was more than 7 feet tall, and from time to time there would be a click-click sound similar to the sound of a machine biting. However, the various underground creatures lurking in the fungus forest, whether it was the drows or the other earth goblins with candle-headed heads, seemed to have not heard it. Even if you walked past them, these underground creatures all turned a deaf ear. This figure walked along the forest path, step by step into the depths of the fungus forest, as if he was in his own back garden. As he hurried along, sometimes he would stop to check the growth of the purple fungus and other slime molds around him. He even reached out to break off some and put it in his mouth to chew, as if he was tasting it. Gradually, he walked into the depths of the fungus forest. There was not a single purple fungus growing here, as if someone had forcibly dug out a part of the fungus forest. In the spacious open space, there was a layer of planks made of fluorite, which emitted a green light in the darkness. Many drows gathered here, as if they were discussing something. Strangely, there were 2 candle-headed earth goblins among them. One of them was riding a horse to report, while the other one was wearing a gorgeous dress. He was taller than the former, and the candle head on his head was thicker and longer. Interesting. Seeing this strange scene, Snader couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. The drows looked down on all other underground races, especially when they were discussing important matters. They would never allow the existence of lowly races like the earth goblins. "Who is it?" The candle-headed earth goblin seemed to have sensed something and suddenly stared at Snade. Chapter 889. Dead Spider, Fire Sky Stone, Black Opal, Black Sapphire, Silver Crown, Hematite, Horn Coral, Obsidian, Black Onyx, Black Pearls, Bright Black Tourmaline, and Niobium ore. A tall mushroom man slowly walked out of the mushroom forest. It stared at the gathering in the square and asked, "Are you the followers of that black mask?" This mushroom man was created by Snade. The steampunk half-lich swallowed the mushrooms and slime molds that he had casually plucked into his alchemy belly. He fused these things together and gave it new life and wisdom. He used magic to create a mushroom man-king so that he could take the blame for being exposed. What it had just recited was the materials that Snade had analyzed to make the fluorescent floor in the square. These were some of the altar materials that Black Mask Velen, the male god of drows and thieves, liked to use. Discovering the intruder, the drows gathered here were all shocked. They all took out their weapons, unsheathed their scimitars, and loaded their crossbows. It looked like they wanted to kill this uninvited guest on the spot. However, the earth goblin with the candle on his head stopped them from doing so. "Don't be noisy," he shouted with a hoarse voice. Following his words, the flame of the candle above his head suddenly shot up 3 feet high. The sudden appearance of the light made many drows unhappy. Some of the drows near him pulled on their spider silk robes to block the light from the flame. Mushroom Man King? Looking at the Mushroom Person King that looked like a purple mushroom with 4 limbs, the candle-head great earth spirit's scarlet eyes flashed with a strange cold light. "We have always minded our own business with your race. Why do you want to cause trouble?" "Me? Cause trouble?" The half-lich hidden in the Mushroom Man King controlled the Mushroom Man King that he had created. Its wrinkled body spewed out large amounts of yellow-green spore smoke, as if it was angry to a certain extent. "Look at what you have done." The mushroom forest that was stained by the smoke emitted a strange green fluorescence. "My race thrives here and stands aloof from worldly affairs, but after you arrived, you wantonly cultivated different kinds of slime fungi in the fungus forest, extracting the toxins from them to make hallucinogens. It caused the entire fungus forest to be unable to produce a single fungus human. What do you think I'm here for? I'm here to seek justice for my clan. Sneyd, who was born in Morseblight City, had noticed the abnormality of the mushroom forest when he was refining the mushroom person king. How could a knowledgeable Demolik like him not recognize the slime mold that could be used to refine hallucinogens? Using the mushroom person king's tone, he could trick the other party and see if he could provoke the other party to give himself away. He had a hunch that the underground creatures gathered here were not just related to the Black Mask. Even though Wine's mind was full of deviant thoughts, he was a god after all, and the Ash World, a place that had been abandoned by the gods, was not very attractive to him. Looks like there's no room for discussion. Even though we're preparing for something big right now and don't want to make enemies on all sides, since they've already discovered us, we can't hide anymore. Let's go. Several dark spells instantly enveloped the mushroom person king's body. The drow nobles were already prepared. After they succeeded, they hurriedly added some web spell and grease spell to the black cloud that was rolling like a thick fog. At the same time, there were drow spellcasters who crushed bat feces in their hands and shot out fireballs, dark spells to cover, spider web to trap the enemy, and grease to increase the lethality of the fireballs. Having been in the underground world for many years, the drow had already figured out a set of highly effective killing methods that were almost 100% effective. With this 3 axes, few enemies could escape from the boundless sea of fire with their lives. Some spellcasters even began to prepare to put out the fire to prevent the flames from burning the fungus forest after killing the mushroom person king. However, what they did not know was that Sneyd was partly responsible for the development of this 3 axes spell attack. Perhaps in some kind-hearted races, teachers would be happy that their students had surpassed their teachers. However, among the drow, the teachers all believed in the iron law of teaching the disciple to starve the master to death. After so many years, he still hasn't made any progress. He's even less innovative than an undead creature like me. The blazing flames roasted the mushroom person king's skin, but the Demolik hidden within the mushroom person king's body did not care. He only secretly controlled the mushroom person king, causing thousands of plant-like roots to grow under its feet and break through the rock layer to enter the depths of the cave. The fungus forest likes humidity, so there must be an underground water source where it grows. Boiling absorbs heat, and the boiling point is constant under the same atmospheric pressure. Lowering atmospheric pressure, the boiling point will lower accordingly. The strength of a mage lay in their vast knowledge. The Demolik, who was in charge of writing the teaching materials for the members of the Scale of Perpetual Order, only used 3 physical knowledge points that were included in the early education materials to silently neutralize the killing move of his own kind. He controlled the Mushroom Man King to continuously absorb the underground water, then turned it into mist and sprayed it out. At the same time, he used a spell to slightly reduce the atmospheric pressure in a radius of a few yards around him. The flames directly vaporized the mist and absorbed the heat. In the end, when the drow spellcasters sensed that something was wrong and dispersed the darkness spell, the mushroom person king was still standing in the same spot, calm and unruffled. Not only was there no trace of being burned by the flames, but because there was still some underground water in its body that had not been sprayed out in time, its body even swelled up a little. Shio, shio, shio. Seeing this, some of the drows hurriedly pulled the triggers of their crossbows, and poisoned short bolts shot out, piercing into the mushroom person king's body. The drows used poison refined from spider venom to kill, while the drows' crossbows could shoot through rocks. Both were the drows' famous killing weapons. However, this was of no use against the mushroom person king, and would instead provoke the other party to attack. Under the control of the steampunk Demolik, this fake mushroom person king acted even more like the real mushroom person king than the real one. Its umbrella-shaped head shook violently a few times, and like a catapult, it shot out a spore shell. This shell, which was formed by countless spores tightly gathered together into a solid form, suddenly exploded when it flew over the enemy's head, and with a bang, it turned into a cloud of spores that filled the sky. "Get out of the way!" The candle-headed earth goblin lifted his leg and kicked away the earth goblin beside him who had rushed back to report, kicking this weak fellow out of the range of the spore cloud like a rubber ball. The earth goblin had also been modified, and although his current strength was very average, he was not the kind of resource that could be wasted. As for the other drows, the candle-headed earth goblin did not have the time to care about them. In any case, they had long legs and could run very fast, so they should be able to run out of the range of the spore cloud. However, he was still a little too naive. Under Snade's control, the mushroom person king shook its head more frequently and would shoot out a shell every 2 or 3 seconds. Bang, 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 bang. The spore shells exploded one after another, and apart from the echoes, the spores that filled the sky instantly filled the entire underground cavern, leaving no empty space at all. Unlike the 4 types of spores that were commonly seen in the mushroom person king, which were paralysis, disease, weakness, and hallucination, the spore shells shot out by the mushroom person king created by Snade did not have as much damage as the flame spores shot out by the legendary mushroom person king, but he had ingeniously fused a part of the devil pepper cultivated by the ogre gourmet brew. As long as the skin of an ordinary creature came into contact with these spores, they would instantly feel an unbearable burning sensation. Although some of the drows were prepared and drank some antidotes against the mushroom person spores, these brand new devil pepper spores were not within the range of conventional antidotes. In an instant, the entire underground cavern was filled with howls of anguish. The eyes of the drows, which were already red, were now so red that blood could drip from them. Their originally dull or purple skin had now become as red as cooked prawns. Only a few spellcasters saw that things were not going well and hurriedly constructed a spell shield for themselves to escape. Ha! In the end, it was a legendary undead creature of the evil alignment. Although its personality was usually not very good on the scale of perpetual order, Snadden felt happy and laughed out loud when he saw the miserable state of his enemies struggling. He controlled the mushroom person king and walked towards the drows who were lying on the ground and unable to resist. Every time the mushroom person king approached a drow, thousands of slender tentacles would extend from its body like a jellyfish, wrapping the prey into a large white cocoon and dragging it back into its body as food and nourishment. This scene made all the drows shudder with fear. "Your Excellency, are you still not going to act?" A drow spellcaster in luxurious clothes controlled a spell shield while staring with wide eyes at the candle-headed earth goblin who was standing still. The earth goblin glanced at the drow who spoke and finally nodded. "Leave it to me. You take the others and leave first." He did not inhale the devil pepper spores. When the spores neared him, they would be attracted to the flame of the candle above his head like moths to a lamp and would be burned to ashes. After agreeing to the drow spellcaster's request, the candle above his head suddenly burned, and for a moment, the devil pepper spores that filled the entire cavern gathered above his head. As the flame burned, the thick candle above his head also melted, and the wax droplets would seep into his skin and facial features. Finally, the earth goblin began to melt as well, gradually turning into a wriggling mass of wax. The candle above his head had now turned into a single eye on his body, and there was still a flame burning inside. With the help of the mushroom person king's eyes, the mushroom person could sense the environment through spores. Snadden saw this slightly strange scene. So it's an earth goblin that has been transformed by a wax demon. He's a maid of wrath. However, the steampunk half-lich immediately rejected his own idea as he saw an emblem on the wax demon. A spider emblem that has turned into 2 halves. This guy is a blasphemous priest of wrath, and he has successfully stolen the divine power of the Spider Queen. Snadden immediately figured out most of the key points. No wonder these guys would hide in the Ashen World. It seems that Velen's sacrificial altar is also a cover. Most of the spellcasters among these guys are probably blasphemous priests. Chapter 890, the so-called blasphemous sacrifice, referred to those spellcasters who stole divine power from the gods by means of self-deception. Although they were not devout believers, they were definitely powerful spellcasters who could perform superb divine spells. The wax demon in front of Snade was such a blasphemous sacrifice. The broken spider badge on his body was the best proof of his identity. The power he possessed was most likely stolen from the jealous and cunning goddess of Ross. How daring! The steampunk demi-lich was used to all kinds of dangerous magic experiments, and he thought he was bold enough. However, compared to the blasphemous sacrifice of the Spider Queen, he had to admit defeat. Moreover, he guessed that this blasphemous sacrifice of the wax demon was most likely young. This was because the wax demon was originally a demon created by the twisted succubi of the goddess of Ross. They were also called Maids of Ross. However, over 100 years ago, the Spider Queen had conspired with the succubus queen, Beauty Canyot, to trick the other party's gigolo, the powerful demon prince Demogorgon. As a result, she had reached a tacit agreement with the latter and no longer recklessly used succubi to create wax demons. However, after occupying the third floor of the abyss, Ross began to use other races to create wax demons in order to make up for the shortage of maids she needed. The earth goblin with the candle on its head was probably this batch of Maids of Ross that had been created. Before this, the wax demons transformed from succubi had never betrayed Ross. The male earth goblin was probably castrated when he was transformed into a wax demon, and his temperament changed drastically. Subsequently, he became a blasphemous sacrifice. In fact, Snade's guess was basically close to the truth. However, he did not know that the earth goblin with the candle on its head was not completely transformed into a wax demon. It was actually just a half-finished product, which was why there was a candle on its head. It was precisely because the goddess of Ross disliked them that she dealt with them as defective products and banished them to some small drow noble families that she did not like. Out of sight, out of mind, she treated them as recycling waste. In the past, among the genuine wax demons transformed from succubi, only the matriarchs of the large drow families who were favored by the goddess of Ross would have the honor of having such a noble advisor. Therefore, even though the exiled melted wax demons were defective products, they were still able to do as they pleased in the smaller clans. And the earth goblin who had become a blasphemous priest took advantage of this convenience to gradually draw in a large number of clerics who had similar thoughts and were resentful of the drow gods, and corrupted them into even more depraved, blasphemous priests. Among them, except for the defective melted wax demon, most of the others were followers of Velen, the god of drow and thieves, who were very dissatisfied with the fact that women were superior to men in the drow society. So they joined forces. However, as blasphemous priests, they were naturally aware of the supreme power of the gods. Therefore, after unremitting efforts, they finally found the Ash World, a plane that had been rejected by the gods, of the blasphemous sacrifice of the world of the gods of Ross. Originally, they thought that their spellcasting power would be weakened, but what surprised him was that the blasphemous priests who stole the power of the gods to cast spells were much less affected by the Ash World than the devout followers of the gods. After lying low for a few years and confirming that this was indeed the case, the blasphemous sacrifice of the drow who had originally lived in the depths of the underground, had many new ideas. They began to secretly extend their tentacles to the Khedive, who was in charge of the overseas enclaves of the Medici Empire. Fungus Person King, you must die today. Not because you are too strong, but because you know too much. Looking at the ferocious wax demon, Snade could not help but sigh. Maybe you know too little. The purple, wrinkled skin of the Fungus Person King moved, as if something was about to break out of his body. Bards travel everywhere. They will provide entertainment for the people in a noble's court, and when their poems are no longer fresh, they will be dismissed. But most of these bards will be noticed by other rich patrons and then poached at a high price. The bards will travel from one place to another, and those who appreciate them will translate their works into their own language. Edgar was fascinated. He liked Shanka, his wife who had the blood of a Wusan noble. She knew so much, yet she could share this knowledge without showing her superiority. However, the acting governor of Spat City still remembered the purpose of his conversation with Shanka. Well said, but what is the meaning of this? He poured himself a corner of wine and said softly, I wanted to ask you about the Wusan fleet, but why did you mention bards? Is there a connection between the two? Stroking the head of the hound that was leaning on her leg, Shanka's eyes sparkled. Before this, the Khedive and the Megalosaurus Pasha always bought more than they sold. Every year, the ships between Bite City and the overseas enclaves would only be fully loaded when they left Bite City. But now, the Khedive came to you, hoping to buy enough business licenses in Spat City. Have you ever wondered why this is happening? Why? They just want to sell something. Edgar asked. The question is, what do they want to sell? Although Spat City is a city that produces grain, all the imported goods can be obtained from the Megalosaurus Pasha's territory. But since they all dare to sell in Spat City, they must have some goods that are in high demand. Shanka stroked Golik's head. So, other than helping them get the licenses, you shouldn't care about the transportation of the Wusan ships. Most of the Khedive already have the channels in their hands. Instead of interfering with them, it's better to hire some bards as mouthpieces. Edgar's eyes lit up. I kind of understand. Shanka nodded. Where there is a well, there must be a poet. As long as you have enough propagandists, you don't have to worry about the Khedive not sharing the profits with you in the future. Chapter 891. The night was as cold as water, but Santos was sweating from the heat. Ever since he was captured, he had been locked in a hollow iron statue. Because of the magic runes carved to imprison him, he did not need to eat, drink, or defecate as long as someone replaced the charged obsidian magic orbs in time. Santos had been observing the place for a long time through the eyes of the iron statue, which were the air holes. He saw a charcoal fire burning in a furnace, which someone was blowing fiercely with a pair of fans. A piece of iron was firmly embedded in the trunk of a large tree growing in the house, forming a waist-high anvil. A man was bent over, using a hammer and a narrow chisel to hammer away pieces of what looked like gold. There was a lamp on the anvil, which, together with the fire, provided illumination for the craftsman's work. There was also a large water tank next to it, which was no doubt used to cool the hot metal. A pair of scissors, also used to cut the metal, was also hanging on a thick wooden nail nailed to the old tree. Santos had already guessed that this was a jewelry workshop. There was also a shelf in the shop which was full of neatly arranged tools. Awls, pliers, heavy-edged trimming scissors, and some cutting tools with small blades and long handles. The owner of the shop was a well-built merchant in his 30s, with a round double chin. He seemed to be of Japanese ancestry. However, the man did not appear in the workshop often. He should be busy in the front shop where there were usually only 2 workers. It wasn't that Santos hadn't thought of saving himself. He had tried many methods, but none of them worked. Not only could this iron prison statue suppress his warlock's ability to cast spells, but because of the narrow space inside, he couldn't use his strength. Therefore, there was no way for him to use brute force to break free. Originally, he had hoped to shout at the two workers through the air hole or threaten or promise to force them to help him open the iron statue. However, after trying a few times, he realized that the ventilation hole really only had the function of letting in air. Even if he shouted himself hoarse, the two workers working in the workshop could not hear him. From the conversation between the two men, Santos learned that the owner of the jewelry store had told them that the iron prisoner statue was a kind of ritual object from Japan that had been worshipped by his ancestors for generations. Although it was not worth much to make of pig iron, it was said that it could bless the craftsmen with some luck when they worked. Therefore, when the two workers came to work, they would take the initiative to help the owner change the obsidian magic beads on the iron statue. Moreover, the work in the jewelry shop seemed to be busy these 2 days. The two workers worked overtime all day and did not even leave the workshop to eat or sleep. When is this going to end? Santos thought helplessly. Let me out to fight with that horrible demon. Even if I can't defeat him, it's much better than being trapped in an iron coffin and waiting to die. I don't know if the masters in the Chamber of Commerce are done with their work. Hurry and save me. What he did not know was that while he was crying in his heart, two distinguished guests came to the jewelry shop in front of the workshop. I wish you happiness and good health, Lady Shanka. The jewelry merchant, whom Santos had met a few times before, was waiting at the door of the shop with the signboard of Treasure House. He first greeted Shanka, his own master, and then Edgar, the acting governor of Spat City. I wish you a long and prosperous life, Lady Edgar. He greeted the owner of the jewelry shop in both Japanese and Medici ways. It was obvious that the jewelry shop owner was very good at communicating with people. After the greeting, he immediately helped the guest open the shop's storm door and led him into the treasure pavilion that had been cleaned long ago. The shop was full of all kinds of jewelry. Although most of them were just for show, the real valuable jewelry would not be displayed in public. They still made the shop look luxurious. Business is good. Edgar looked at the money box hanging from the roof beam and exclaimed in admiration. The safe box containing silver Kate and a small amount of gold Drogo gongs was about to land on the counter, which meant that the iron ingot on the other side of the lever was about to leave the ground. Shops in Spat City usually had such a cashier device. Whenever the money box landed on the counter, the shop owner would quickly deposit it into the bank opened by the scale of perpetual order in exchange for a magic contract that allowed him to withdraw the money at any time. This way, he would not have to store a large amount of money in the shop or home, which would attract the attention of thieves. Thanks to you two, it's really good, the shop owner said. Seeing that Edgar just smiled and did not say anything, Shanka waved her hand and said, "Take the money box down and exchange the silver Kate in it for gold Drogo gongs. After today's delivery, we still have to make a batch of gold pendants. I'm afraid that the gold shavings you've accumulated from making jewelry can't make up for the shortage of raw materials in a short time. The other products in the territory of the Megalosaurus Pasha aside, the gold reserves alone are really rare in the world. Let's melt the gold Drogo gongs and use them directly." Hearing this, the jewelry shop owner cupped his hands and immediately did as he was told. It was now evening, and there were no other customers in the shop. Shanka and Edgar sat in the shop and waited. They would go out of the city with the shop owner to the ferry port in Narohi to deliver the goods. It was precisely because there were too many gold products being traded that the boss informed Shanka in advance and asked Edgar to bring some guards with him in case of any accidents. The one who wants this batch of gold is, Edgar said, dipping his finger in the apple wine in the corner cup in front of him and writing the word Khedive on the table. Yes, not only my house, but almost half of the jewelry shops in Spat are rushing to make gold products. Shanka nodded and did not intend to hide it. I don't know why those lords want a large batch of gold recently, and they need to refine it. It's too eye-catching to exchange silver Kate for gold drogo gongs directly from the bank in the city, so they order from various jewelry shops. They buy it with silver Kate. Don't they want to dump their goods in Spat? Why do they want to get gold from here first? Edgar was a little puzzled. This time, Shanka did not answer him, even though she had more or less guessed the reason. Of course, it was impossible for the original Japanese noblewoman to know so clearly, but the leader of the night hag army, who swallowed her and transformed into her appearance, was different. Shanka knew that the Khedive of the Medici Empire had been fighting with some underground races. She also knew that if the Drows wanted to use their equipment and weapons under the sun, they had to use a special alchemy potion mixed with gold to refine them. Shanka guessed that the reason why the Khedive wanted to get gold first was probably to use the gold to trade with the Drows, and then get some of the special goods produced by the Drows. Probably just a few things. Shanka knew what the Drows were. Most of the Khedive's business is about eating and drinking. Tobacco, alcohol, salt, sugar, candles, and condiments from the Drows. I'm afraid it'll stir up a storm in Spat. They're really up to something. Although she thought about it, Shanka had no intention of telling Edgar about it. Even if her nominal husband intervened in this matter, he would probably, no, definitely not end well. She would not tell him about it. After all, she was a hag, and a hag would not have any good intentions. On the contrary, if she facilitated this matter, there would be problems in the territory of the Megalosaurus Pasha, and the scale of perpetual order would be busy solving the problem. Then she could safely return to the gray wasteland and build her tower of pain manifestation. I don't know if the thing I got from the Sill people is still binding on me. This is the scale of the time dragon. I really don't want to leave it in the ash world to eat dust. While thinking about how to fan the flames at the beginning of the chaos, Shanka pretended to caress the obsidian bracelet on her wrist carelessly. After waiting for about half an hourglass, the jewelry store owner counted the gold drogs and silver cars in the safe. He took 3/10 of the silver cars as his monthly profit, neatly packed them in a thick sand rhinoceros skin bag, and handed it to his owner, Shanka. Shanka gave it to Edgar and asked him to keep it well. These silver coins were also called poisonous claws in the underworld. When demons touched them, they would feel itchy and painful. Although this hag definitely did not want to share the benefits with others, it was okay to give it to a mortal for temporary safekeeping. I'll take it with me. When I leave, Shanka thought. Let's go. We'll go directly out of the city through the canal. Edgar carried the sand rhinoceros skin bag on his back, and then said to the jewelry store owner and Shanka, "We have to leave early. Although it's not too eye-catching to go by boat, the journey is a little longer. The merchant ships of Khedive may be arriving soon." Hearing this, the jewelry store owner hurriedly ran to the workshop behind the store. Not long after, he came out pushing a small cart. The large box looked very heavy, and the wheels of the small cart squeaked under the weight. In the end, with the help of a few of Edgar's guards, the box was finally lifted to the hook outside the door of the carriage. The guards fed the underage sand rhinoceros some fried chickpeas, which was a little unhappy because of the weight. Only then did it reluctantly walk with heavy steps, carrying Edgar and Shanka, the jewelry store owner, and a team of guards who walked with them, step by step along the road to the small dock in the city's canal. At this time, there was already a transport ship docked there. The ship was about 30 steps long and 7 or 8 steps wide. There was a jib on the mast, and there were a few oars outside the cabin. When the jewelry store owner Edgar and Shanka walked into the cabin with the box of gold. A few of the acting consul's guards temporarily became the oarsmen. The water was sparkling, the jib was fully raised, and the oarsmen were rowing with all their might. The owner of the ship controlled the rudder to let the ship meander through the winding canal that flowed through the entire city of Spat. When they arrived at the water gate, a guard stepped forward and showed his master's seal. The guards at the water gate turned the winch and pulled up the iron gate, letting the acting consul, who wanted to tour the Nero River at night, out of the city. Tour the Nero River at night. Hearing the guard's report, Naman, who had been standing on the city's watchtower, couldn't help but snort coldly. He was still disguised as Santos, so when he saw the displeasure on the face of the former consul and the most powerful patriarch in Spat, the guards kept quiet out of fear. Well, it's quite interesting to swim across the river. Naman thought of something and held a copper ball that he had just taken out from the mouth of the transmission lizard. It was the receipt sent by the special envoy of the Chamber of Commerce, the Orc Wolf Rider, who was in charge of supervising this year's Festival of Heroes in Zimmerkamp. The words completed on it didn't make Naman think too much, but when he saw the other name besides Fezax, the contract demon in the form of a leviathan immediately felt relieved. Then he remembered that a battle maniac of the Chamber of Commerce was refining the remaining divinity of Vaprak's avatar outside the city. Counting the days, he should be done with his work. The pressure in Naman's heart lessened a bit. The difference engine has already given me the premise of the strategy. As long as the ship leaves Spat City, I can do whatever I want. I can definitely make a fortune for the Chamber of Commerce. It's just a matter of how much I earn or not. Anyway, this task given by Lord Keyes is safe. With this in mind, Naman no longer hesitated. He glanced at the steward of the Santos family, who was standing beside him. He suspected that the steward was sent by the Pharaoh Mako of Bite City. He smiled and said, "I remember that your family is in Bite, right?" Ignoring the surprised look on Naman's face, the contract demon in human skin continued, "You haven't sent a letter home for a long time. Why don't you contact your family? Just tell them that the wind is blowing. Be careful of the house catching fire." After that, Naman stepped over the parapet of the city wall and jumped dozens of steps away into the cold main road of the Nero River outside the city, including the steward who was awakened and the sergeant major of the Watergate Guards, several people who were standing on the city wall and did not dare to breathe loudly out of fear that Lord Santos would vent his anger on them, could not help but gasp. The bright moonlight shone on the surface of the Nero River. Among the sparkling waves, a white line of water was vaguely seen flying toward the large commercial port outside the city like an unsheathed sword. On the dock, there were a few large ships docked there. The hulls of the ships were not of the more advanced structure commonly seen in this area. Instead, they were overlapping structures that looked like stacked scales. They should be large ships that traveled between Bite and Medici all year round. Chapter 892. Other than during the rainy season, when the river level was high, the Nero River was polite and courteous most of the time. It would quietly carry the ships in its body and send them to their respective destinations. About 2 miles to the west of Spat was a commercial wharf. Most of the construction materials for the wharf were the wreckage of warships and other items left behind by the Japanese Expeditionary Force more than 50 years ago. Not a single bit was wasted. Of course, after the passage of time, the original construction materials had been smeared with tar to prevent pests, and new berths were added. Gradually, their original appearance was no longer recognizable. A few years ago, in order to house the tax collectors on the merchant ships, the former Governor Santos had specially opened a brick kiln to collect ash from the Nero River to bake bricks. A few dozen bungalows were built there to serve as the tax collector's office. This way, the tax collectors would not have to travel between Spat and their workplace every day. They could live in the wharf for a long time. Later, with the tax collector's office as the center, the merchants spontaneously built some warehouses to store their goods. The city of Spat had specially assigned a group of guards to maintain the law and order of the area. In addition, in order to centralize the transportation of goods, the mooring tower of the Leviathan airship was also moved to the wharf. As a result, the wharf gradually became a cargo distribution town attached to Spat. A few slightly old but somewhat large ships were docked at the dock at this moment, quietly waiting for the arrival of dawn. Some wind lanterns were hung on the ships because they were filled with a high-efficiency fuel mixture of fish oil, paraffin, and tourmaline. These lanterns could be lit all night long. After the goods are unloaded, our ship will have to dock here for half a month. A captain sat on the side of the ship, smoking a pipe in his hand as he spoke to the chief officer, who was supervising the workers on the deck. This ship has been sailing for more than 2 years. Who knows how many maggots have settled in the hull? It's a good idea to soak in fresh water, so we don't have to go to the shipyard to get rid of them. The chief officer chuckled. He agreed with the captain's shrewdness. Instead of spending a few hundred silver coins to tow the ship to the shipyard and have it repaired with tar and tools, it was better to soak the ship in fresh water for half a month. Even though the rental fee for a berth in Spat was a little expensive, 200 silver cats was more than enough to cover half a month's salary. Moreover, this was a rare holiday for them. After the ship was dewormed and they had rested enough, they would load up the goods in Spat and sail down the river to the islands. This year would be another good year. Tell those boys to hurry up, and after smoking a pot of tobacco, the old captain put out the ashes and knocked his pipe against the side of the ship. He hesitated for a moment before continuing. Let's see if those guys who came with the cargo can still walk off the ship on their own. Don't you think those islands overseas are strange? There are actually some dark and swarthy desert elves, and their physiques are simply too weak. I'm really afraid that they will die on the way, and we won't be able to answer to those customers. The first mate nodded in agreement. Then he instructed a few of the sailors to help him supervise the unloading of the goods. Then he walked to the stairs on the deck. The desert elves who brought the cargo didn't live in the cabin at the stern, but chose to live in the darkness below the deck, which made him a little puzzled. Bang! 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 Walking to a cabin below the deck, the chief officer knocked on the wooden door. "How are you guys now? The captain asked me to call you out for some fresh air. We've been eating and drinking in the same cabin all this time. I'm going to get sick from holding it in." He shouted for a long time, but no one responded to him. Shocked, he hurriedly pushed open the wooden door, and the hinges creaked. The cabin was pitch black. What's wrong with them? They don't even light up at night. The chief officer secretly cursed, then picked up a small tourmaline flashlight from his waist, turned on the light, and shone it into the cabin. Where did they go? He was surprised. The dozen or so dark-skinned desert elves he had been looking for a long time were nowhere to be seen. But just as he turned around and was about to go to the deck to report the situation to the captain, a tall figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Naaman grinned, and the water of the Nero River dripped from his wet robe, forming a puddle at his feet. "Sorry, I'll have to borrow your skin." As he spoke, the demon reached out his finger and pointed at the chief officer's forehead. "Go to sleep." Before the chief officer's limp body fell to the ground, Naaman grabbed his arm and pushed him into the depths of the cabin. Not long after a rustling sound of clothes rubbing against each other, Naaman, who was wearing a bare arm shirt, shorts, and other sailor attire, walked out. His face and figure had become no different from the first mate. Where did those drows go? Naaman thought for a moment, and a small spray bottle appeared in his hand. Puff, puff, Naaman sprayed twice, and the effect was immediate. A series of fluorescent green footprints appeared on the wooden floor of the cabin. Naaman smiled and strode forward, following the footsteps. Just now, when he knocked out the chief officer in the cabin, he used hypnosis to change his appearance. He used the contract demon's disguised talent to find the footprints. He used a kind of alchemy potion. From the time he sneaked into the ship until now, Naaman did not use any spells, so naturally, he did not emit any magic waves. Drows were born with some superficial spell-like abilities, and some of the nobles' spell-like abilities were even comparable to that of warlocks. This evil race had given birth to many spellcasters. Therefore, Naaman, who wanted to catch the thief with the goods, had the intention of not using any spells from the very beginning, so as to avoid alerting the enemy. He walked up to the deck and circled around to the poop. Sure enough, he saw traces of drows on the rope that dropped the anchor. If they did not go ashore from the berth, the distance from here to the dock was only about 20 yards. Even if the drows were poor swimmers with the natural agility of their race, it should not be too difficult for them to hold their breath and swim all the way to the dock. Naaman thought for a moment and decided not to use the same method of landing as the drow. After all, he was now the first mate of the ship and could easily disembark from the anchorage. Naaman bade the captain farewell and said that he would go to the storehouse to check it out. Naaman then trotted along the anchorage and retraced the drow footprints along the shore. Chapter 893. A few crows were perched on a tree, looking around with their large gray-blue eyes as if they were guards. They were the guards. Hiding behind an acacia tree, Naaman stared at a row of shacks built with reeds and river mud not far in front of him. He could not help but sneer in his heart. I can't believe that the drows, who have always liked to show off, would meet in such a place. He took out a handheld weapon that looked like an electromagnetic nail gun. Compared to a normal electromagnetic nail gun, this gun's barrel was much longer. Soon, all the lights in the shack were extinguished, and a few people dressed in armor and guards rushed out. They were carefully searching the area with swords and sabers. However, at some point in time, Naaman had already entered the crown of the acacia tree. The guards that came out were not drows. Naaman had already noticed that. Drows would not light up lamps in the dark. The only reason why the dark-skinned elves who lived in the underworld would appear here was because they had chosen this place as a warehouse. They used Khadiv's name to gather the spat jewelry craftsmen here and had them leave the gold here. Then, at another location, they left some special goods for Khadiv's subordinates who carried the silver cate. Once the transaction was completed, Khadiv's subordinates would hand over the silver cate to the jewelry craftsmen waiting in the shack. After the three parties completed the transaction, and the two parties left, the drow would then return to the shack to take the gold. Up until now, they had been very careful and did not expose themselves in front of the two parties. As for the double-cross situation, it would be avoided by Khadiv's own kind hidden among his agents. What a bunch of troublesome fellows. After figuring out the crux of the matter, Naaman could not help but secretly criticize. However, when he thought of the comment left by the elder of the Scale of Perpetual Order when he wrote about his race, Naaman understood. Complicating a simple problem and making a complex problem unsolvable. This is how the drow race, born with the talent of the top race in the material plane, gradually declined. And this decline made it easier for the Spider Queen to control them. He guessed that a talented drow spellcaster like Snader did not use other methods to increase his lifespan, but resolutely turned himself into an undead creature like a lich. She guessed that Snader must have been fed up with the inferiority of this race and wanted to cut ties with it completely. At the same time, It was no wonder that Snader's plan was so vicious when he plotted against the drow. TSK, TSK. Naaman could not help but secretly click his tongue. A few drows, drenched from head to toe, were hiding in a basement draped in spider silk robes. They had just used a spell to summon this hiding place, and then peacefully monitored the movements in the trading area above them. This place was located at the outer edge of the trading area outside Spat. Usually, no one would come here. Not long after, when the first rustling sound of footsteps could be heard, many more disorderly footsteps could be heard one after another. The members of the Khedive family came one after another. According to the previous agreement, they each sent only one person. After all, the things to be taken were not very heavy. One person could carry them all. The problem was how to distribute them under a lush tulip tree. The 7 of them showed their Khedive family badges to each other, and that was the start of the meeting. In front of them were 10 bags made of spider silk. When someone tried to pick them up, there were clanking sounds inside. It was obvious that there were bottles and jars inside. I want at least 2 bags. The one who spoke was Khalil, one of Khedive's men. The previous head of the Khalil family was originally a pasha. After the Wozang Empire was completely defeated, the previous pharaoh, Asinder, gave him the position of Khedive to manage an overseas enclave. His original pasha territory was on the northern coast of Medici. Therefore, he controlled both ends of the sea route and the overseas enclave. The family's strength had increased rapidly, and they were one of the best among the Khedive. However, before he finished speaking, someone immediately jumped out to oppose him. This person was holding a badge with the Shattered Islands imprinted on it. He was the representative of the Khedive of the archipelago. Zagan was originally a pasha as well, but later on, the pharaoh directly conferred him the title of Khedive of the archipelago. However, unlike Khalil Pasha, who was given an overseas enclave that belonged to the Wozang Empire, the Zagan family's territory was always the hundreds of islands of the archipelago. Therefore, his family's power was smaller than that of the Khalil family. The Zagan family and the Khalil family had always been at odds. In the beginning, it was because there would always be some self-organized pirates among the people of the archipelago. They would rob the villages that were originally in Khalil Pasha's territory. Later on, when Khalil became the Khedive, he used the overseas enclave to expand his naval fleet. Instead, he began to rob the villages of the archipelago. The 2 families became more and more irreconcilable. The representative of the Khedive spat out a mouthful of thick phlegm and pulled out the scimitar at his waist with a clang. In the end, they were the people of the archipelago who had been rich in pirates for generations. If there was a disagreement, they would draw their swords. I didn't hear. You clearly. How many bags did you say you want to take? But let me say this first. No matter how many you take, I will take 1 more bag than him, even if it means risking my life. Our Zagan family's brewery is about to open soon, and the demand for seasoning has not been met. As he spoke, he tore open his clothes and used his scimitar to hit the armor inside. Did you see that? I am wearing the zealot armor. If you don't agree with my suggestion. He changed the topic and looked at the representatives of the various families with a sinister look. Then I am sorry. I am not afraid of death. At most, I will break all these bottles and jars. Let's see what you will do then. Under the effect of magic, the Khedive representatives quarreled, threatened, and intimidated one after another. Not a single word was missed. All of it was completely transmitted to the ears of the group of drows hidden underground. These evil creatures all looked happy. Chaos and strife were the best medicine for them to relieve their tiredness. Moreover, In their eyes, this group of people was just talking and could not be taken seriously. After all, they only sought benefits. Even if they quarreled fiercely now, they would have to compromise in the end. Chapter 894. As the quarrel escalated, more and more sounds of swords being unsheathed could be heard. The drows who were hiding in the basement and listening to the noise were also starting to hesitate. Were these people really going to fight? We can't let them fight. That'll spoil. Before the leading drow noble could finish speaking, a muffled rumble came from above. The tremors passed through the soil and rocks into the basement that had been summoned with a spell. It was a good thing he didn't bite his tongue. Something's wrong. Something's wrong with this commotion. The drows all shuddered. This level of commotion wasn't something that Khadiv's followers could cause. Not to mention whether they had the ability to do so. The average size of a human wouldn't be enough to shake the earth. That was indeed the case. In fact, whether it was Khalil and Zagan, Khadiv's two subordinates who were arguing until their faces turned red, or Khadiv's confidants who had been sent to retrieve the goods, they all drew their swords because they had encountered an unexpected attack. More than a dozen monsters that looked like mountains of flesh charged out of the night. They didn't even waste time talking to them. They swung clubs and flails that were as big as saplings and smashed them right in their faces. Ogres, these monsters are ogres, and there are also mountain giants. A few of Khadiv's experienced disciples, after the initial panic, immediately recognized what kind of monster was attacking them. Some of the smarter ones, like the representative of the Zagan family, immediately bent down and grabbed a bag of spider silk, slung it over their shoulders, and ran without another word. Some of the slow-witted ones, or perhaps those who were confident in their own strength, brandished their swords and charged at the enemies. However, the ones who ran first were all forced back to their original positions by another group of ogres and mountain giants. As for those who fought bravely, their courage was commendable. However, there were simply too many monsters, and they were all covered in thick armor. In addition, their innate strength was not something that ordinary people could match. Therefore, after a few exchanges, they were all smashed to pieces. How dare you? At some point, a drow suddenly appeared under the tree. He glared with his scarlet eyes and began to curse the ogres and hill giants in Jotun. Generally speaking, among the many monsters living in the material plane, the drows still had some face. These dark-skinned elves living in the underground were notorious for their cruelty and cunning, and they could still intimidate many monsters. However, the ogres and hill giants turned a deaf ear to the sudden appearance of the drow. Some of them even took the initiative to attack him. It was as if they were possessed. They waved their weapons around, making whooshing noises. They were not stingy at all. You're courting death. Suddenly, a few more drows jumped out, and as soon as they appeared, they all cast dark magic. While the ogres and hill giants were circling in the black fog, they raised their poisoned crossbows and fired at the same time. More than a dozen crossbow bolts shot into the black fog. In a series of ding-ding-ding-ding sounds, there were always a few poochie-poochie sounds of arrowheads piercing into flesh. Then there were miserable howls, and a large amount of black blood flowed out of the thick fog. But that was all. The remaining ogres and hill giants did not seem to be afraid of the tragic death of their companions. At this moment, they were simply too brave to be ogres or hill giants. Ogres and hill giants who are not afraid of death. Among the drows, some began to whisper in Jotun. There were only 17 of them, even if there were 3 mages among them. If they really wanted to fight more than 30 huge monsters, they were afraid that they would pay a lot of casualties. None of the drows were willing to bet whether they were one of them. They were also puzzled in their hearts. Where did these monsters come from? Why were they so fearless of death? Unfortunately, not only was there no one to answer this question, but just as they fell into a bitter battle, the footsteps of more than a dozen monsters sounded in the dark night. Where did so many monsters come from? Every drow was now scared out of their wits. In just a short time, a total of 70 to 80 ogres and hill giants ran out. One must know that these two kinds of monsters usually liked to fight among themselves. A tribe organized by a family would at most have a dozen ogres or a few hill giants, which was already considered a large group. Now that nearly 3 digits of monsters appeared, all of a sudden, there was obviously someone behind the scenes controlling them. Retreat. We'll retreat after we get the gold. We've been exposed. It was the leader of the drows who reacted the fastest. He immediately realized that the most likely force to control so many monsters and only attack them was the Chamber of Commerce called Scales of Eternal Order. Although they had done an investigation before leaving and did not find any signs of ogres or hill giants, who could say for sure whether this was the foundation of the Chamber of Commerce? Of course, the answer was definitely no. Why would the Scales of Eternity keep ogres and hill giants as warriors for no reason? The ogres and hill giants that were beating up the drows here were actually just small fries that were forced to come here by Neru, who had just finished refining Vaprak's divine power. The ogre had at most given them a full set of weapons and equipment. As for why they became so powerful, it was entirely because these monsters had been completely subdued by this new ogre after witnessing the battle between Neru and Vaprak. They were in awe of this new ogre powerhouse. Since God wanted them to kill the humans and drows who participated in the trade here, then they must complete this mission. These monsters, who were not very smart, were now not too afraid of death. In their view, if they died to complete their mission, they would be favored by the new ogre god, Neru. Then their souls could ascend to his divine kingdom and become petitioners to enjoy glory and happiness. And if they were not going to die, then what reason did they have to be afraid of? It was nothing more than some humans and drows. Even if they were a little dangerous, it would at most take some effort. Wouldn't it be fine to just raise the weapons in their hands and crush these guys who were regarded as enemies by God? Chapter 895. 70 to 80 three-story tall monsters were wreaking havoc outside the trading port of Spat City. Fortunately, there were not many people here. Otherwise, even if they heard the noise and stayed in the shack, they would have been in vain. After all, the intelligence of the ogres and the hill giants was very average. Although Luling had ordered them not to go deep into the core area of the trading port, how could they distinguish between north, south, east, and west when they were really in a frenzy? A bunch of idiots. Glancing at the monsters behind him, the drow noble who led the team to trade for gold snorted disdainfully. With the help of a secret spell, he moved forward like a ghost, sticking close to the streets and alleys. Ordinary people could not see his figure at all. I've already left my doppelganger at the periphery of the battle. It will take those idiots and flee in all directions. Since the scale of perpetual order has launched an attack, they probably won't be able to escape this time. So I am the only one who will go get the gold and quickly leave this place in the chaos. His reasoning was very rigorous, and his idea was very reasonable. When he had warned his compatriots and proposed the second plan of breaking out of the encirclement, he had decisively adopted the third plan. As a drow noble, double-dealing was a professional education he had received since he was a child, so he naturally understood the 3 meanings of double-dealing. At this time, he still had a trump card in his hand. His fellow drow compatriots did not know that the spider silk robe he was wearing was actually an enchanted tool. When he took it off and unfolded it, it could become a flying carpet. This was the tool he had imitated after he came to the Ashen world and bought the flying carpet from some merchants in the Medici Empire. It took him a lot of effort to figure out the manufacturing principle of the flying carpet. His hard work paid off. And now this tool finally came in handy. When he arrived at the warehouse where he had chosen to let the jewelry craftsman stay, he would rob as much as he could. After that, he would immediately fly away on the flying carpet. Before leaving, he slaughtered a dozen slaves and used their souls to fill the 10 obsidian magic beads with energy. With these obsidian magic beads, his flying carpet could fly at the fastest speed and fly all the way to the outside of the Megalosaurus Pasha's territory. At that time, wouldn't he be able to fly freely? Something's wrong. Let's retreat, Shanka said hurriedly. The night hag's hearing was many times better than a mortal's. She had heard the commotion as soon as the ogres and hill giants attacked. There was no doubt that tonight's three-way deal had gone awry. However, Shanka did not know whether this was caused by the scale of perpetual order or whether it was a case of double-cross. The former was indeed possible. After all, the scale of perpetual order was very powerful and had many eyes and ears. Even if it was not well known in the Ashen world, Shanka knew its background. However, the reason why she suspected that the monsters were a group of ogres and hill giants was because she sensed that the monsters were a group of ogres and hill giants. Previously, when she was involved in the conspiracy of the Sierrians, she more or less knew the inside story of the invasion of the Ash world. She knew that these ogres and hill giants were not reared by the scales of eternity. Secondly, there were drows involved in the three-way deal. She had never been stingy in her estimation of the moral bottom line of this shit-stirring race. Perhaps these ogres and hill giants were something that they had created to deceive others. If we retreat now, what about the deal? Edgar's words awakened Shanka from her thoughts. At this time, the flames, explosions, and roars in the distance had also awakened the jewelry merchants, who were waiting silently in the shack. Glancing at the frightened merchants, Shanka tried her best to suppress the greedy nature of the hags. Let's not worry about that now. Let's take our share of the gold. We can't care about other things. After that, she pulled Edgar and walked out of the shack. The guards who followed the acting governor helped the boss of the store of many treasures lift the big box that had been transported over. They followed their master all the way to the Nero River. When they came, the merchant ship that they had taken was docked there. When we get on the ship, even if we are found with the gold, just say that it's ballast, Shanka told Edgar as they walked forward. She felt that as the acting governor of Spat City, Edgar was still of some value. At least, he could let her return to the city safely. As for after entering the city, with the protection of the Altoros demon, even if the matter was exposed, she should be able to escape from the Ash world and return to the gray wilderness safely. At worst, I'll stop studying this thing. Thinking of this, the hags could not help but clench the obsidian bracelet that she had taken off from her wrist. The greed in her nature made it difficult for her to give up the treasure that she had already obtained. However, when it rains, it pours. Just as the group of people were about to approach the cargo ship docked at the shore, a strange figure suddenly walked out of the cabin. Without any hesitation, the guards who were responsible for protecting Edgar's safety pulled out their machetes and crossbows. The man on the ship, who was wearing a sailor's jacket, held a long-handled battle axe in his hand. Blood dripped from the blade of the axe. Under the bright moonlight, the guards, the owner, and the crew who had been left on the ship were all lying on the deck. What are you looking at? Naaman picked up a can of lager with his left hand, which he had just found in the cabin. He gulped down a few mouthfuls and said, "I just came here to order a few leaf flowers." Who would have thought that they were so useless and had such a bad temper? I could only open a few holes in their bodies to vent their sour resentment. As he spoke, he threw the beer can in his hand off the ship and smashed it in front of Edgar's guards. The cat ran out of the bag. "Why don't you try it too?" Without any reason, a gust of wind swept over, and the sawtooth on the long-handled battle-axe kept creaking because of the rapid rotation. Naaman, who was pretending to be a sailor, stepped on the side of the ship and jumped onto the shore. Without any nonsense, he directly swung his chainsaw battle-axe and attacked the guards who were confused by the series of events. The battle-axe flew in all directions, and there was no enemy in front of him. Naaman had pretended to be a pirate many times since he had pretended to be a pirate in the Ramsey Plain. Now, his performance could be described as flawless. Even the way they wielded their battle axes and fought, and the steps they took when advancing and retreating looked no different from a real pirate. Ruthless, rude, and unscrupulous, these were the feelings of the guards who faced the battle axe directly. Blood, flesh, and limbs flew everywhere. It was almost a matter of one person and one battle axe. Naaman easily killed these guards. Minced flesh and blood dripped from the battle axe. Naaman walked towards Edgar and the others with a grim smile. "Whose men are you? Do you know who I am?" Seeing this, the acting governor roared fiercely. The leader of the night ghosts pretended to be trembling, but in fact, there was a sharp bone dagger in her hand hidden in her sleeve. "I'll let you know the reason before you die." Naaman grinned hideously. "The big landlord of Bite City wants to borrow your head to make a mess here." Puff! Naaman's head flew up, and blood gushed out more than 3 feet high. Edgar looked at his paralyzed body on the ground, and then looked at his wife, who had beheaded him with a dagger. He was puzzled. However, this was all he could do. Chapter 896. If Pharaoh wants him to die today, he won't live until dawn, Shanka said with a chuckle. Such a relaxed tone, coupled with her blood-stained white makeup, really made people feel uneasy. Your lady. The owner of the Bountiful Treasures pavilion behind her held onto the bone dagger that was stuck in his heart. He stumbled back a few steps and fell to the ground with a thud. As if she had done something casual, Shanka smiled at Naaman, turned around, and walked to the gold box on the ground. She just wanted to take what belonged to her and leave this place quickly. Huh. Naaman, who was standing in front of Shanka, suddenly sat down on the golden box without any hesitation. He crossed his legs, took out a piece of chicken skin cloth, and wiped the blood on the blade of the axe. Shanka's eyes were cold. As a night hag, she instinctively didn't want to give up the gold in the box. Others might be a little afraid of the pirate in front of her, but she was not so afraid. "I'm not your opponent." Naaman was very self-aware. Even if he could deal with the leader of the Night Hag Legion alone, he would most likely be injured. However, he was not alone. Just when Shanka was a little confused by Naaman's words, she suddenly felt something hard poking her back. She was frightened, and without thinking, she wanted to use advanced teleportation to escape. However, she was still one step late. A large amount of sticky, honey-like liquid wrapped around her body, not only restricting her movement, but also blocking her ability to use spells. "What the hell is this?" Shanka was shocked. "Amber Seal," as if to answer her, but also as if to warn her the steampunk half-lich's body came out of the void. "A new type of compound spell that I developed myself. I originally wanted to use it to deal with a demon lord, but that short-lived grandson died first. It's a waste to use it to deal with a night hag like you. By the way, this is a compound sealing spell. It's also fused with some miscellaneous spells. I can't remember how many there are. If you're honest, they won't be activated. If you're not honest, I remember that the first one to be activated should be the finger of death. If you don't believe me, you can try it. If he tried, he would die. Snatch the bamboo shoots. Naaman, who had heard the entire conversation, thought to himself. At the same time, the danger level of this veteran member of the scale of perpetual order had increased by quite a bit. This is just a part of the gold. Snyder walked to Naaman and waved his hand. After a wave of magic, the giant piece of amber quickly shrank and fell into his mechanical prosthesis. The rest of the gold is still in the place where they traded. Let's go get it. Naaman grinned, imitating the crude pirate perfectly. Don't worry, it's not just the gold. There's also the silver Khedive's representatives. Someone will help us get it. With this money, even if a street in Spat is blown to the sky, we can build new houses on the spot. Just as Naaman and Snyder were chatting, the massacre outside the trading port gradually came to an end. 16 dark elves, plus 7 representatives sent by Khedive, tried their best to kill more than 20 ogres and hill giants. But in the end, they were no match for these fearless monsters. They were surrounded by them and smashed into meat paste with giant hammers. Moreover, as soon as these monsters attacked, a group of desert elves found the sand rhino team that was transporting the silver Khedive's silver Khedive. They killed all the riders who were controlling the pack beasts, not leaving a single one alive. Then, they led all the pack beasts into the wilderness. If someone followed the tracks, they would be able to follow them all the way to the manor of Little Glow. At the same time, the only drow noble who had escaped the net walked into the shack full of gold and jewelry merchants, waiting for the transaction right after Sanka and Edgar left. Ruthless as he was, he directly slit everyone's neck with a poisoned curved sword. Then he untied his spider silk robe and unfolded all the folds inside, forming a flying carpet that covered almost the entire shack. Seeing that no one was chasing after him, he boldly moved all the gold onto the carpet and immediately chanted a spell to soar into the sky. With the power of the obsidian magic orb, he was confident that he could run out of the territory of the Megalosaurus Pasha before dawn. Although he could not escape on the carpet during the day due to his fear of sunlight, he could find a small caravan to kill and search for their souls to recharge the obsidian magic orb. By tomorrow night, he could fly to the northern coastal area of the Medici Empire. As long as he could reach there, he would be able to rest easy, whether it was finding a ship or waiting until nighttime to continue flying on the carpet. There would not be too much trouble to return to the family's camp. The key is tonight. As long as I can drive out of the territory of the Megalosaurus Pasha, I will be halfway to success. The drow noble sat in the front of the carpet. The cold night wind in the sky made him feel a little cold. However, it had been more than 2 hourglasses since he took off to escape. At present, he had completely left Spat City behind. On the ground was the vast desert and the winding Nero River. The drow's eyesight was excellent. Even if he was flying high in the sky, he could still see the sparkling Nero River under the moonlight. In fact, because he did not know the terrain of this area very well, he did not dare to deviate too far from the river. He could only control the carpet and move in the direction of the river. The drow noble, who had been paying attention to the direction of the river, suddenly saw a black shadow flash on the river. Is it a water monster living in the Nero River? Judging from its height and the size of the shadow, the monster was not small. However, he immediately realized that he had made a mistake in his judgment. That shadow was not a wandering water monster at all, but a shadow cast by some giant flying above his head. Moreover, it was not just one, but 3. The drow noble suddenly looked up and saw a scene that made his heart tremble. 3 blue dragons, who were about to reach adulthood, were hovering above him. Iron Tail, Gorgia lowered his head and happened to meet the drow noble's gaze. Meruz, Anitos, that little thing has found us. Meruz, who was often called Short Tail by his litter brother Gorgia, grinned. There seemed to be lightning in his throat. Then what are we waiting for? The hunt has begun. After that, the reckless megalosaurus folded its wings and swooped down like a cannonball toward the drow noble who was scared out of his wits. His two companions saw this and did not have time to ridicule him for his recklessness. They also circled around from both sides to block any possible escape route of the flying carpet. It was true that birds could fly freely in the sky. However, if these flying birds encountered the megalosaurus that dominated the sky, they would either become playthings or prey. Chapter 897. The light of dawn gushed out. The fragrance of the desert, the cold air of the rocks after a night, and the smell of the waves of the Nero River were all mixed together in a bowl of meatball soup that the Spartans regarded as a holy breakfast. If someone thought that such a beautiful description was too strange, perhaps only a hopeless author or a lovesick poet would say such a thing. Perhaps that person's idea was not wrong, but the Spartans who loved meatball soup would not think that there was even a hint of hypocrisy in those words. Another bowl with more coriander. After drinking the 8th bowl of meatballs and the soup, Miles, who was in his human form, still felt that it was not enough. So he threw a few copper coins into the cash box in the breakfast shed and asked the owner to give him another bowl of meatball soup to fill the gap between his teeth. That's right, it was to fill the gap between his teeth. For a megalosaurus who was about to reach adulthood, this amount of food was just enough to fill the gap between his teeth. If he wanted to eat his fill, he would need at least one well-roasted camel. But barbecuing was just seasoning. How could it compare to soup made with dried shrimps, fresh coriander, and soft meatballs with thin skin and soft stuffing? You're so picky. Be careful that your tail won't grow long when you reach adulthood. Anitos kindly reminded him, but he had also eaten 2 bowls of meatball soup, and now he was hesitating whether he should have another bowl. Huff, 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 Miles muttered softly, and then drank the soup again. But this time, he at least had a bowl of meatballs left. Do you want to learn from that guy? Miles raised his head and glanced at Gorgias, who was standing outside the breakfast shed enjoying the wind. Then he rolled his eyes and looked at Anitos. Eat or mixed with rice every day. What happened in the end? You still have to pretend to be iron. Seeing Gorgias turn his head to look at him, Anitos grabbed a handful of meatballs and stuffed them into Miles' mouth. Then he smiled helplessly at Miles. Iron Tail was Gorgias' nickname. It was because when he was a young dragon, someone once cut off his tail with a sharp weapon. However, he was the strongest of the 3 dragons. The reason why his tail was chopped off was because the situation was urgent. He had to stay behind to cover for his brothers. Not only do you have a short tail, you are also a simple-minded person, Anitos thought to himself as he glanced at Meruz, who was munching on a meatball. However, we don't have to wear Gorgia's mechanical prosthesis for too long. Lord Keyes had already added the troll regeneration potion option to the Chamber of Commerce's exchange list. After completing this mission, Gorgia can go back and change his tail. However, just as Anitos was thinking to himself, Gorgia, who was standing outside the breakfast shed, took large strides toward a stall owner who was in a hurry. The vendor looked to be in his 30s. He was so skinny that he looked like he was just a bag of bones. He was stooped and carried a shoulder pole. There were 2 rattan baskets with some pots in each. Gorgia was wearing a blue suit and was much taller than ordinary people. Although he didn't have any swords on him, his murderous aura couldn't be faked. He took a few steps forward and arrived in front of the vendor. He didn't say anything and just blocked the vendor's path. Many people's gazes were attracted by the two. Because they were at the gate of Spat, some people who were still active quickly ran to the gate guards to report. "What are you doing? Do you want to buy something?" the vendor asked with a smile. Gorgia still didn't answer. He only raised his head and looked at the group of guards who had received the report and were rushing over. The vendor also looked back, murderous intent surging in his eyes. "It's quite heavy." Gorgia suddenly stretched out his hand and took the shoulder pole from the vendor's shoulder. Then he casually threw the 2 baskets of pots onto the bluestone road. It was a good thing that they didn't smash the bluestone road. The vendor had a sinister look in his eyes. His originally skinny body was now emitting a fierce aura. The earthworm-like blood vessels were spreading from his neck to his face. Teeth were protruding from his lips, and his mouth was growing forward. Fine hair was growing from the surface of his skin, and soon it was leaking out of his clothes. Werewolf! At the gate of Spat, many merchants came and went. Some of them were quite knowledgeable. Therefore, when the vendor began to transform, someone called out his identity. Then, those people hurriedly ran in the direction of the guards who came to deal with the problem. They knew what kind of people werewolves were, not to mention that these monsters were extremely ferocious and liked to eat people. Even if they were bitten, if they didn't buy expensive life-saving potions in time, they would most likely end up as a werewolf. Werewolf! Gorgia coldly snorted. "Are your eyes holes for breathing? You actually mistook a jackal from the lower realm for a werewolf." Then he looked at the jackal, who was about to complete his transformation. "But I didn't expect that there would be an unexpected gain after wasting some time at the gate. Take this guy." Seeing that he was exposed, the jackal immediately rushed to Gorgia. His legs had become inverted, and his jumping power was amazing. With just a light jump, he jumped a distance of 2 to 3 yards. In his hand, there was a short dagger with a blue blade. It was obvious that it had been dipped in poison. However, it didn't hit the target. Even if it was dipped in poison, it was useless. The sharp blade pierced through a layer of shadow, and Gorgia's body burst like a bubble. When he appeared again, this human megalosaurus was already standing behind the jackal, and his hand was already on the monster's neck. "Kneel down!" A surging aura and an unparalleled force attacked at the same time. Gorgia was like dealing with a kitten or a puppy. He grabbed the jackal's neck and pushed it to the ground. "Rinse your mouth." Then Gorgia spat out a word that couldn't be pronounced by human tongue. The blue dragon's innate spell-like ability, water creation spell, was activated. A large amount of clear water appeared in the jackal's throat out of thin air. After a series of gurgling sounds, the jackal, whose stomach was as round as a ball, couldn't move anymore. Ugh, ugh, ugh. Clear water gushed out from the monster's mouth and nostrils. If it weren't for the vitality of this lower realm's demons, he would have already died from electrolyte imbalance or drowned. Naturally, Anidos and Miles had also noticed the situation. They didn't bother with Gorgia. Dealing with a mere jackal wouldn't be a problem for powerful true dragons. Instead, they began to inspect the 2 baskets of jars that Gorgia had thrown to the side. Anidos opened them one by one, revealing the unique halo of a golden drogon. Chapter 898. An Unexpected Gain? Icing on the cake. Miles and Anidos were slightly surprised when they opened the jars. They were ordered to capture the drow last night, and their goal was to snatch the gold that the drow had taken away. The gold was now in Gorgia's stomach and was being kept safe. While they were eating breakfast, they did not expect to come across another batch of gold that was secretly brought out of the city by a jackal. How did you find this jackal? Miles asked curiously as she looked at the jackal that was lying on the ground and spitting out water. This kind of lower realm demon can transform into three forms: a human, a jackal, and a half-human and half-jackal. Although they are similar to work creatures, this ability of theirs is a kind of innate ability, and there won't be any flaws after they transform. I didn't eat the meatball soup, didn't eat the coriander, didn't drink the soup, and didn't eat the peppered meatballs, Gorgias said coldly. He tried his best to control his saliva and put on an arrogant look. Naturally, I could smell the scent of the gold that the jackal was carrying. Some of the gold in this batch also has the scent of the gold from yesterday. It was handled by the same group of people, so naturally it couldn't escape my nose. Good fellow, good fellow. That was the word that came to Miles and Anito's mind. As expected of Lord Keyes, Gorgia, who ate dirt for a living every day, had an amazing nose. They then looked at the jackal that was lying in the water that it had spat out. It looked like a drowning dog. This guy was obviously a dog, but his nose was not as sensitive as a megalosaurus, like Gorgia. It deserved to die. Short tail, Miles kicked the drowning dog and sent it flying into a ditch by the roadside. He looked at the guards who were standing nearby and hesitating, then pointed at the jackal. He probably won't survive. Skin him and take him back to the city. We can exchange him for some money at Senator Santos' house. After saying that, he looked at Gorgia, the blue dragon who was about to reach adulthood and was the most powerful one in the triple dragon combination, opened its mouth wide in front of everyone's astonished eyes. Galger's mouth was half a foot wider than the door. It swallowed the 2 baskets of gold into its throat. Enter the city and report. Gorgia, who had finished swallowing, said calmly, as if he had done something insignificant. Not long after, the news of the strange incident at the city gate spread throughout Sparut City as people entered the city to work or do business. However, some people's focus was on the sudden appearance of the jackal, while some people were amazed by Gorgia's ability to swallow 2 baskets in one go. A bunch of trash. A deafening barking sound came from the depths of the acting governor's mansion. Strangely enough, even though his voice was loud and clear, it didn't leak out at all when it hit the courtyard's walls. The neighbors and pedestrians acted as if they didn't hear it at all. Only the servants in the mansion, as well as some of Edgar's personal guards who stayed here to protect the mansion, trembled in fear when they heard this. They all knew that their master, the powerful Lord Altoros Morgul, was very angry now. Originally, when Shankar and Edgar went out of the city to trade, Night Hag left Gol Lalic in the city to guard the money she had received from Edgar. For a greedy old hag, great strength, supreme authority, and golden calamity coins were all things she was unwilling to part with in her life. However, she overestimated the integrity of the Altoros demon. She asked Gol Lalic to guard the money, which was no different from asking a dog to guard a bone, although Gol Lalic was her champion fighter and had to do his best to satisfy her needs, which Altoros demon didn't want to find loopholes in the contract and kill his mistress to gain complete freedom. Therefore, when Shankar went out of the city, Gol Lalic, who couldn't hold back his evil thoughts, did something. First, he bit all the living people in the mansion and turned them into jackals. Then he sent a few jackals to disguise themselves as ordinary mortals and sent the money that Shankar had plundered in the Ash world out of spat in batches. After transforming into an Altoros demon, Gorlick had lost the naivety of a barbarian god in the past. He had completely become a cunning and changeable Yugalos demon. He knew the value of the disaster coins, whether it was used to negotiate with Shankar, make her change some terms of the contract, or hide them for future use or enjoyment. It was 100 times better than leaving them in the hands of his mistress. What's more, he felt that he deserved it. Without my protection, a weak night hag would have been crushed into dust without even being able to fight back. Lalick felt very at ease when he embezzled the money, but just now he had received a series of bad news. The jackals under his control died, one after another after leaving Spat City. Judging from the way they died, it was even more incredible. Some jackals were forced to death by water, some lost their way and walked into a monster's nest and were swallowed by the monster, and some simply ended their own lives. What was going on? He had clearly ordered those guys to go to the hiding places that he had secretly chosen after leaving the city. Lalick could guarantee that the monsters around these places had been cleared by him, and there was no danger at all. In the eyes of outsiders, most of these places were ordinary places. Now, he wanted to find out what had happened to those jackals and find those precious disaster coins. However, before Shanka went out, she had specifically told him to stay in the house and look after the house. As the champion fighter of the Night Hag, he was bound by the contract and could not disobey Shanka's orders. Damn bastard, Lalick cursed in his heart. Because he was insulting Shankar, he could not say it out loud. Perhaps he was bored enough, so he summoned a butcher in the mansion. As Edgar's house consisted of a large compound, it was necessary to furnish the viceregal, the armed soldiers, and other clingers with lodging, as well as with food and drink. Therefore, there were also some bakers, winemakers, and butchers in the mansion who provided meat for the residents. Of course, the butcher was now transformed into a jackal by Lalick. He pulled a bull, hung the bull by its hind legs on a thick oak tree in front of his master, and then stabbed the bull's neck with a knife. Hot blood gushed out of the blade and fell into a wooden bucket on the ground. After the blood flowed out and the bull collapsed on the ground, the butcher began to cut pieces of fresh meat from its body and put them on the skewer to cook food for Lalick on the spot. If you don't let me go out, I'll eat all the animals in this mansion. Altoros thought fiercely. He was looking forward to the expression on Edgar's face when he came back, and the scene that Shankar tried to explain and cover up. Chapter 899. On this day, the sun and rain alternately poured onto the earth. Edgar's mansion was located at the edge of the city. Like the manors of many prominent and wealthy families, this mansion was too large to be built in the center of the city. The blue fireproof stone tiles on the house, and the walls shone with a sapphire blue luster like starling eggs under the sun. Edgar's mansion was the largest building complex in the area. Some of the smaller families could not compare to it. The streets where the common townspeople mingled smelled of stables of unwashed men and of cooking in kitchens. Dogs barked, children shrieked, men shouted, and women giggled from the first light of day. Blacksmiths hammered horseshoes, carpenters broke the trunks of trees with axes. The west wind blew clouds across the sky, and their shadows chased one another over their roofs. The ones who broke the atmosphere were squads of soldiers in maroon uniforms. The clothes they wore, the flags they carried, and the weapons they held in their hands were all symbols of their identity, the garrison of Spat. In the Medici Empire, the garrison of every city belonged to the pharaoh in Bite. The consul of each city only had the temporary command and deployment authority of the city's garrison troops. Of course, this rule was an exception in Nome Province, the territory of the Megalosaurus Pasha. The garrison of Spat was the symbol of Key's rule over the city. Although they served the various consuls, the consuls of this city had never been produced outside of Santos and Glow in the past few decades. It was not until something happened to the Glow family that the nominal command of the garrison was handed over to Edgar, who was appointed by the Pharaoh Mako as the temporary governor of Spat. Of course, this was only nominal. When the garrison appeared, the streets and alleys suddenly became quiet. The The men stopped shouting. The naughty children were chased back home by the women, and the blacksmiths and carpenters hurriedly closed their doors and suspended their business. Soon, only the sound of footsteps and the squeaking of wheels could be heard on the streets. This solemn atmosphere came from tradition, and tradition came from the garrison's sense of ritual. It was easier to gain power than to keep it. Conquering was just a matter of killing and breaking into a fortress, but keeping power was never that simple. Appearance was very important. People wanted their protectors to be brave, strong, serious, and decent. For 50 years, the Santos and Glow families who managed the garrison of Spat knew this very well. They were happy to let the garrison show what they wanted to see to strengthen their authority. As the garrison marched forward, they finally stopped in front of Edgar's mansion. There were 30 centurions in charge of the garrison. They had received orders from the head of the Santos family. Yes, it was Santos, and not Naaman, who was disguised as Santos. After the riot at the trading port last night, the contract demon followed the clues and found the workshop of the House of Bountiful Treasures and rescued Santos, who had been imprisoned for many days. After being released from the Iron Prisoner statue, Santos was given a mission that he was very willing to accept, to lead the garrison to clean up the chaos caused by the demons in Spat. Surround this depraved place. Santos was riding an adult sand rhino covered in plate armor. He himself was the rider of this giant beast this time. Being defeated by the demon Altoros did not make him feel defeated. What really made him feel unbearable was the torture of being imprisoned in the Iron Prisoner statue for the next few days. Helplessness, despair, frustration, and powerlessness. However, these emotions were long gone. After being rescued, the scale of perpetual order immediately provided him with the opportunity to take revenge. I'm going to take that bastard's head with my own hands. Santos roared at the top of his lungs in his heart. However, he did not show it on his face. Of course, this might have something to do with the fact that he was wearing a full set of heavy Mad Knight armor, and his face was completely covered by a helmet. And now he had to do it step by step. After all, Spat was the city that Lord Keyes had entrusted to him to govern. Even if it was for revenge, he could not bury the whole city. Every 15 yards, insert a totem pole into the ground. I only give you half an hourglass to do this work. Santos's order quickly reached the ears of every centurion through the radio transmission machine. They immediately acted, racing against time to let the garrison soldiers unload the totem poles made of obsidian, which were as thick as a bowl and as tall as a person, from the carts they had pulled. These totem poles were all the latest products provided by the scale of perpetual order, although the core mechanism of operation was still the spells of the elemental shamans of the island world. The totem poles were no longer made of ordinary hardwood. The researchers of the scale of perpetual order had improved the totem poles in the ash world. They used spells in the spell factory to directly shape the obsidian and then created this new product. Because there were no gods in the ash world, the souls of mortals could not ascend to the god's kingdom after death. This batch of obsidian totem poles had been nurtured in various places for more than 10 years and had absorbed enough soul power. They were like super large obsidian magic beads, each of which was enough for spellcasters to cast dozens or even hundreds of low-level spells. According to the Chamber of Commerce, the total energy contained in the totem poles that Santos had transferred was enough to support the normal operation of a large floating city for a month. But now, it was just to trap Altoros for a day. With the energy contained in the totem poles, it was naturally no problem. In particular, Santos had received definite news from Lord Naaman that Altoros, named Golik, was temporarily unable to enter Edgar's mansion due to the order of his mistress. These totem poles were a safety measure. Set up Hellscream. Target Edgar's mansion. Fire at will. After the totem poles were set up, Santos immediately gave the real order to attack. Hundreds of cannons, which had been adjusted to various elements, began to fiercely bombard Edgar's mansion complex. The fist-sized cannonballs were splashed to every corner of the mansion as if they were free. The obsidian totem poles were also activated. Pale green light rippled from them and enveloped Edgar's mansion. The explosions caused by the rain of cannonballs did not spread out of this layer of boundary. After half an hourglass, when the cannons had to stop firing because of overheating, Santos looked at the battlefield that was about to be razed to the ground with satisfaction. Although he was very clear that Altoros Golik was not dead yet, was this not just the beginning? After the meeting gift, there is still a benevolent heart waiting for you. Santos waved his hand, and a group of spellcasters in black robes escorted many shabbily dressed people in yellow robes over. Send them in, Santos ordered. At the same time, he said in his heart, let's put on a good show of dog biting dog. Chapter 900. Wearing dark brown, hooded robes, mixed with yellow and dirty animal fur, under the escort of the black-robed combat mages of the Spat City garrison, a group of people staggered into the smoke-filled battlefield. Behind them were soldiers pulling a flatbed cart. The flatbed cart was full of bloody animal corpses, attracting a lot of flies. Take a step back and die. The black-robed combat mage leading the team said coldly. At the same time, the guy with an eye patch and only one intact, I pulled off the hood of the strongest prisoner, revealing the jackal-like head inside. The other party stared at the one-eyed man fiercely, but the one-eyed man was not afraid of his beast-like gaze at all. You should be grateful. After all, the thing your master has been looking for more than 100 years is hidden here. After saying this, the one-eyed man smiled and quickly retreated to the main camp with the black-robed mages. He was not a black-robed combat mage of the garrison, but was temporarily transferred from the scale of perpetual order by Naaman to help, without a powerful spellcaster. The contract demon did not dare to let the spellcasters of Spat City escort the slaves that the Chamber of Commerce had obtained in the War of Other Dimensions. After all, although the Flinder Knoll priests could not use divine spells normally in the Ash world if they attacked unexpectedly, it would not be a problem for them to tear the necks of ordinary black-robed mages. Even if the Chamber of Commerce had a large business, it would be better to avoid such meaningless losses as much as possible. What's more, these Flinder Knoll priests could still be of special use now. The word master only meant one existence for the Flinder Knolls, and that was the Lord of the Abyss, Yennegu, known as the King of the Knolls. And being able to become priests also meant that they were all quick-witted among the Flinder Knolls. Therefore, they all quickly realized what Yennegu had been looking for more than 100 years. The ancient Knoll god. The leading Flinder Knoll priest suddenly turned his head, narrowed his eyes, and sniffed, carefully sensing the smell in the depths of Edgar's mansion. Even though the smoke here did affect him a little, that faintly discernible familiar smell made his mind tremble. As expected, Golalik was hiding here. His heart burst with vitality, blood rushed into his eyes, and both of his eyes turned scarlet. Prepare for the ceremony. Quick, quick, prepare to link to the assembly gate. He shouted at the other Flinder Knoll priests, 2 hot breaths coming out of his nostrils. Although he knew very well that the scales of Eternal Order Chamber of Commerce that brought them to Gol Ilik and provided offerings most likely had bad intentions, he couldn't care less after smelling the aura of Gol Ilik, the dejected deity. Even if this is a trap, he thought to himself. In the end, it's still up to the great King of Jackalands to decide. Yennegus must give the order. But we have to report the situation now. Whether it is for the sake of the priest's duty or for the purpose of saving ourselves, this is the only thing we can do now. Thinking of this, the Flinder Knoll priest made up his mind and immediately bit the vein on his arm with his canine teeth. Dirty blood surged out and splashed on the ground, splashing up clouds of dust. Seeing this, the other priests immediately began to follow his actions. They were now holding a summoning ritual. Although there were flesh and blood sacrifices, they still lacked a broken stone altar. Therefore, they could only use their own blood to pollute the land and temporarily create a magic circle that could establish a connection with the bottomless abyss. To be honest, this method was a bit old-fashioned, but it was simple and convenient. When the blood of the Knoll priest was sprinkled, a handful of yellow soil absorbed the dirty blood and immediately exuded a foul and depraved aura. Like a miasma, the blood mist enveloped all the Flinder Knoll priests. They all became crazy. While loudly chanting poems praising Yennegu in Knoll language, they chewed the meat and offal of the animals used as sacrifices for the ritual. Strangely enough, a dozen Flinder Knolls ate more than half of the food in the cart, but their bodies seemed to have become much thinner. It was as if not only the food that was swallowed into their stomachs was quickly digested for some unknown reason, but even their bones and flesh were also digested. Instead, it was the blood mist that was getting thicker and thicker. When the first Flinder Knoll priest could not hold on and collapsed on the ground, he was immediately eaten by the other Knolls. In the end, the remaining survivors were all high-ranking Flinder Knoll priests who decisively used their dirty blood to build the altar at the beginning. The blood feast is over. The gate of assembly open. Chewing a thigh of his own kind and quickly swallowing it deep into his throat, the leader of the Flinder Knoll priests, who was originally the strongest, howled loudly. At this time, his body had shrunk by a third compared to before. The yellow-brown robe on his body had all been dyed red with blood, and his fur had also grown white patches. However, he knew very well that he had made the right bet. Creak, 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 creak. A huge circular arched door appeared in the blood mist. This was the gate of assembly that the Flinder Knoll priests had been longing for. This was a large two-way portal located in the center of the silent prairie on the 422nd floor of the abyss. It could allow Yennegu to go to many known planes. It was said that this gate of assembly was not created by Yennegu. It was not even the masterpiece of his predecessor, the powerful fallen angel Azar, or the former demon lord, the Storm King Obylis Demon Backhard. It was the treasure left behind by the terrible, powerful, and incomprehensible god-slayer, Ma Yuan, who was now, fortunately for many gods and demon lords, imprisoned in the Well of Darkness and could only torture those prisoners in the Well of Darkness. That's right, God-slayer, a special name for the existence that could destroy the divine kingdom and slaughter the true gods. If one counted carefully, that Ma Yuan should be considered Ki's predecessor. Except for the time of troubles, the only mortals in the multiverse who had really killed the gods were Ki's and Ma Yuan. Years ago, Ma Yuan walked out of the gate of assembly and stabbed Azar, the demon lord of the 422nd floor of the abyss, to death. He also completely changed the desert terrain of this floor of the abyss, which had been expanding nonstop. Watered by Azar's blood, the 422nd floor of the abyss turned from a desert into a silent prairie. The Flinder Knolls had just settled here, and Yennegu was also a rising demon lord in this environment. However, not long after killing Azar, Ma Yuan was imprisoned in the Well of Darkness. The gate of assembly was left on the 422nd floor of the abyss, and Yennegu later picked it up. After several studies, Yennegu figured out some ways to use this treasure and became one of the few demon lords who could communicate with the material plane. It was precisely because of this convenience that he was able to slowly subdue most of the gnolls living in various material planes and replace the ancient gnoll god Golik as the new gnoll god. Chapter 9:01. Who calls me? The gate of assembly opened, and a gnoll about 6 feet tall, not very strong, even slightly thin, walked out of the huge gate. The great poisonous beast, the lord of the gnolls of all planes, the only true god of the gnolls, his majesty Yennegu. All the Flindian gnoll priests present were lying on the ground, tears and saliva flowing down their cheeks. They were chanting Yennegu's poem in gnoll language. After passing through the gate of assembly, when Yennegu stabilized his body and adapted to the world of ashes, he immediately understood what the Flindian gnoll priests were thinking. So that's how it is. That's how it is. That's how it is. No wonder you are in a hurry to hold the blood feast ceremony. Very good. Very well done. You should be rewarded and praised. Yennegu's voice was like the sound of rubbing glass with his fingers. Just hearing it could make people feel irritated and uneasy. But in the ears of the Flindian gnoll priests, the words of this existence just now were no less than the sound of nature. They soon found that the health they lost in the blood feast ceremony was recovered at an abnormal speed. Not only that, but their bodies were also like inflated balloons, swelling more and more. Each of them grew into a monster, like a small giant. Even the emperor of the mortals will not send hungry soldiers to war. Standing in front of the gate of assembly, Yennegu smiled. He rubbed the fur on his face with the 3-headed flail in his hand, making a sound like a porcupine rubbing thorn beans. But some old stubborn people don't know this even when they are about to die. Yennegu suddenly turned around and let out a mournful roar towards the depths of Edgar's mansion. He loves his hyenas far more than his real people, so he will be abandoned by his people and eaten up. No wonder I couldn't find you all these years. It turns out that you hid in this plane abandoned by the gods. You are too naive. Do you think this can stop me? When I, Yennegu, rose in the dark prairie, I didn't rely on divine power. Jackalans, the hunt begins. With Yennegu's roar, groups of Flinders, gnolls, suddenly appeared in the shadow of the gathering gate. All of them were tall and strong, fully equipped with armor and weapons. Hearing their master's order, they immediately rushed out of the gate of assembly like a flood and ran towards the depths of Edgar's mansion, which had already turned into ruins. Over there, a foul aura instantly rose. As the rubble shook, a gigantic monster with the head of a hyena-toothed beast, for arms, and every palm transformed into a hyena-toothed beast's head, instantly stood up straight and howled at the sky. You damn traitors! Back then, I was the one who taught you how to tame hyenas for hunting. I was the one who led your weak ancestors through all obstacles. I was the one who introduced language to your civilization. You actually betrayed your oath and submitted to a demon lord. Fine, fine. Today's matter ends today. Today, I will draw a clean line with you. I will become your nightmare. Before Gol Lek finished speaking, Yennegu's avatar instantly appeared beside him. Long-winded old man, the king of gnolls let out a deafening roar. His voice was somewhat inconsistent with his ordinary figure. You have given up your identity and transformed into a Yugoloth, and you still talk about the treachery of the gnolls? Weak is weak. There is no need to talk nonsense. Before he finished speaking, Yennegu's 3-headed flail hit Gol Lek's ankle. This weapon was a divine artifact of Yennegu. As long as it hit the target, no matter how many flail heads hit it, it could deal all the damage. Moreover, as the number of flail heads hit increased, the injured person also needed to be immune to 3 kinds of effects in succession: confusion, paralysis, and instant death. If the immunity failed, the injured person would fall into negative effects. All 3 flail heads hit. it could be seen that Yenagu had used all his strength since the beginning. He was bent on killing Gol-Lek, the ancient Knoll god, and his long speech just now was nothing more than trying to disturb the opponent's mind. The purpose of commanding the Flinders Knolls to launch a hunting charge was also the same. One had to admit that those who could survive in the bottomless abyss were all ruthless. However, the current Gol-Lek had at least transformed into an Altoros demon. He was no longer the poor demon who was on the verge of being extinguished at any time. After being hit by the instant death effect of the three-headed flail, although the monster was sent flying with a roar, he was successfully immune. Plague, rabies! In the air, Gol-Lek immediately activated the new talent he had obtained after transforming into an Altoros demon. This was a skill that every Altoros demon had. They could choose to become the representative of a plague. Epidemics such as anthrax, plague, typhoid, and so on had been taken over by the powerful Altoros demons. The plague that Gol-Lek chose for himself was a plague called rabies. As soon as it was activated, the pathogenic factors that had been arranged long ago were immediately activated, except for Yenagu, the god's incarnation, and a small number of Flinders Knolls with excellent physiques. Most of the Knolls immediately foamed at the mouth, acted crazily, and attacked their companions without any explanation. Some of the infected jack-o'-lanterns even ran out of Edgar's mansion. As long as they spread the plague to spat through their bites, Golek's power would increase rapidly, and the city would turn into a cannibalistic ghost town. However, Santos, or the Scale of Perpetual Order, had long been on guard against Gol-Lek's move. Since he already knew the identity of Gol-Lek, how could he not make some preparations in advance? Adjust the obsidian totem pole. Santos ordered decisively. At the same time, the black-robed combat mages in the garrison of Spat immediately began to chant spells. They quickly mobilized the magic power stored in the obsidian totem pole, and on the basis of strengthening the defensive enchantment, they summoned a new layer of barrier composed entirely of clear water. Those Flinders Knolls who were infected with rabies were either bounced off by the force field of the defensive enchantment, or let out a howl of horror when they touched the clear water and retreated on their own. Those guys were prepared. Yenagu's incarnation noticed this. He began to wonder if Gol-Lek in front of him would collude with the humans of this material plane. However, he immediately made up his mind. Whether they have any tricks or not, this old thing must die here today. Thinking of this, Yenagu immediately let out a long howl. Those Flinders Knolls who had already begun to fight with each other suddenly stopped. Since you want to see the violent Knolls, I'll show you what I can do. As a god, Yenagu's clergy was not only Knoll, but also demon, evil, and berserk. Although it was somewhat difficult to use divine power in the Ash world, it was not a problem for him to personally use some divine power in his own clergy. Yenagu waved his three-headed flail and split the air with a swoosh. Those Flinders Knolls who had just been roared by him immediately swelled up. Their pupils gradually dilated, leaving only a blood spot in their eyeballs, and the rest were all white. Then, these guys completely abandoned their rationality, lay on the ground, and rushed towards Gol-Lek like real jackals and wolves. Yenagu used the power of berserk to suppress the effect of rabies. Anyway, these infected Knolls had no chance to survive, so he simply used their last bit of value to add some trouble to Gol-Lek. Bah, what do you mean by the prosperity of the Knolls? Yenagu, you just use them as tools. Gol-Lek cursed loudly. Yenagu just showed an evil grin. What do you know, you old thing who only knows how to F***CK and eat shit? Chapter 902. Yenagu. Golek, who was called an old thing, was furious. He stood up straight, his forearms suddenly extended, and his palms in the shape of a hyena's head opened his big mouth full of fangs. He attacked Inigo from all directions. Bull strength. The king of gnolls did not move. He just stretched out his palm with sharp claws and pushed forward. He did not cast the spell to buff himself, but to provide some help to the 4 helpers he summoned temporarily. They were all abyss ghouls, the lord of the 421st floor of the abyss, the king of ghouls, Dorison. Unlike ordinary undead creatures, the abyss ghouls were half-tower demons that had been transformed by Dorison. Just like their master, they were tall and straight, and they were not hunched like ordinary ghouls. Their eyes were always burning with pale green light, symbolizing the endless hunger in their hearts. Originally, Dorison was one of the demon princes, the undead lord Orcus, but he was later abandoned by his master. Only then did the king of ghouls turn to his neighbor, Inigo, the lord of the 422nd floor of the abyss. As his lord, the king of gnolls also had the right to mobilize the abyss ghouls for his own use. Although most of the time, the abyss ghouls were not as useful as the most powerful group of Flinder gnolls under his command, but in this case, the battlefield was filled with the pathogenic agent of rabies, so using the abyss ghouls was undoubtedly a good move. As soon as these tall and strong undead creatures appeared, they quickly understood Inigo's tactics. They wrapped around Gorlik's arms, one by one. After hooking the target with their sharp claws, they stretched their jaws to an exaggerated angle and used all their strength to pierce the skin of the Altoros demon. Countless tiny spells meandered down from their teeth and poured into Gorlik's muscles along the teeth marks. This was called the abyssal ghouls' gnaw. When they were transformed by Dorison, they gained the spell-like talent of the Thanner re-demons. Any target bitten by the gnaw would most likely fall into a state of paralysis, but the duration of the paralysis varied. This talent came about thanks to Dorison's teachings. A real ghoul must love the flesh and blood of living creatures. Living creatures would definitely resist when bitten, so the abyss ghouls' gnaw would evolve into a spell-like talent. And the reason why Inigo summoned them was because of this ability. As for the other ghouls, as soon as the ghouls bit Golik, Altoros's hand, which had transformed into the head of the hyenas, quickly turned around and bit the ghouls' tailbones. Then, like a pair of scissors, the ghouls were all cut in half. Stupid guy, Inigo thought. Like an arrow released from a bow, the king of gnolls swung his 3-headed flail and rushed in front of Altoros in a blink of an eye. Gorlik was still paralyzed for a second or two after being bitten by 4 abyss ghouls. Although he quickly dealt with the undead creatures, he not only missed the best opportunity to attack Inigo, but also revealed a flaw. Great slash, almost without pause. After charging, Inigo slammed the 3-headed flail on Gorlik's head. The hyena fang beast's head was raised high up in the air, and many of its teeth were knocked out. Not only that, after completing the blow, Inigo quickly changed the way he held the 3-headed flail. He stabbed Gorlik's chest with the sharp awl at the end of the flail handle. Few people knew that the Gnoll King was also an extraordinary assassin in addition to having a high barbarian level. Puff! Unsurprisingly, Inigo pierced Gorlik's body with the 3-headed flail and stabbed it into his heart. Give it to me. The Gnoll King twisted his wrist hard, and the sharp awl at the end of the 3-headed flail handle suddenly bloomed like a flower. The open fine gold blade twisted Altoros's heart into thousands of pieces. Evil Shadow Strike. In order to prevent Gorlik from counterattacking before his death, Inigo quickly twisted his body in a circle and pulled out the 3-headed flail inserted in his heart. He backhanded his opponent with an even more ferocious blow. A shrill black mist spurted out from the top of the 3-headed flail. It hit Gorlik's majestic body, and smashed Altoros hundreds of steps away. Foul blood gushed out of the hole in his chest. 2 deep ditches were left on the ground by Golik's feet as he stomped on the ground. After suffering such a fatal attack, his eyes lost focus for a moment, and his dark, yellow pupils contracted. However, even so, Gorlik did not fall. Ha 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 ha. Gorlik lowered his head and supported himself with his 4 elongated arms on the ground. At first, he was still gasping for breath, but he immediately turned his anger into surprise and laughed wildly. You can't kill me now. Ha, ha, ha. With a burst of wild laughter, a large number of heart fragments immediately spurted out of Gorlik's chest. However, after eliminating these foreign objects, his chest immediately healed. Yenaga's face froze. The Knoll King did not know that Gorlik, who had fallen to a demigod because of the lack of faith, had an even more incredible ability than his original divine body after transforming into an Altoros demon. He could not be killed for the time being, unless his mistress died. Otherwise, under the effect of the contract, Altoros demon would have a strange, immortal characteristic. In other words, the only one who could kill Gorlik now was Snade, who had captured the night ghost Granny Shanka. The reason why the steampunk demigod was not killed was nothing more than the Order of Keys. Far away in the depths of the astral world, the young blue dragon, who was exploring a ruin, hurriedly sent back a message. Set the bait, lure the dog into the field. 2 dogs fight, drive the dog to swallow the wolf. I liked the gate of assembly very much. It turned out that all of this was a plan made by that existence. Keys had taken a fancy to the treasure that Yenagu had mastered. What was the reason for this? Chapter 903. This was what happened. A few days ago, in the distant astral world, Keys, who was exploring the Kuebai belt, encountered a large group of Slavic toads. The young blue dragon wondered if he had plunged headfirst into Zoo N's territory. Then he thought of the dish spicy bullfrog. He didn't even need to move his hands. He directly mobilized his force field talent to act on all the Slavic toads within sight. With a strong pull of the head and tail, the spine broke with a crack. With a ripping sound, the flesh was torn open. After the ingredients were prepared, the small hammer was summoned by the young blue dragon in high spirits. Although it was somewhat reluctant, in the end, it obediently became a big enough pot. Cooking equipment that contained the mice energy core was destined to be extraordinary. The hammer pot not only had its own heating function, but it could also use the Banquet of Heroes spell to create the hot pot base. Gurgling, gurgling, the butter was boiling. Before putting it into the pot, some picky Keys was still picking and choosing. The Slavic toads were too dirty, so he threw them away. The green toads were too thin, and the meat was too dry. The blue toads and red toads were just right, with enough muscle and meat, fresh and delicious. Cooking the opponent on the battlefield on the spot, there was one more strange story circulating in the multiverse today. Some other Slavic toads that came one after another were shocked by the corpse-strewn hot pot situation of their own kind, and all of them were hesitant to move forward, until a short and fat toad, grayish-brown skin with sickly green spots, dry and tough, a series of small horns turned backward, gathered into a sharp cone on its skull, appeared in front of Keys. He looked at the hot pot with boiling oil, leaving a pool of saliva, and then looked at the young blue dragon with a puzzled look in his eyes. Which lord are you? Keys used his force field to pick up a large pile of cooked Slavic toads and threw them into his mouth. He chewed while looking at the new uninvited guest and casually greeted him. Yes, he had already seen that the one standing in front of him was a Slavic lord. They were the closest thing to gods among the Slavic toads. However, These lords were neither gods nor demigods, just like the lords of the abyss and the lords of the nine hells. They were powerful beings who relied on their own strength. The usual habitat of the platoons was the Chaos Sea, as the opposite mirror image of the rigid order of the mechanical realm. The Chaos Sea was a plane of unrestrained chaos. Here, chaos crushed order. Randomness replaced predictability, freedom enslaved the rules, and the individual triumphed over the whole. Just like the essence of the Chaos Sea, Strachan was an example of chaotic neutral behavior in all forms. Due to its nature, slugs were usually intoxicated by the unpredictable chaos. However, true freedom did not exist for the weak slaw red and blue toads because they were often bullied and enslaved by the stronger slaw toads. True freedom only existed for the truly powerful individuals. This was even more obvious on the more powerful green slaw toads, gray toads, and dead toads. Because they had become stronger, they could impose their will on the lower-level slaw toads. When a certain stratus is more free to fulfill its own wishes than the wishes of others, it defines itself as a more powerful class. But as long as a slat toad belonged to a certain class, it would never be a true individual. There were exceptions to everything. Some slaw toads escaped from this structure and drove themselves to explore the essence of chaos. They hoped that the essence of chaos could grant them a unique identity and give them an incredible ability. During this investigation and research, which was an incomprehensible and extremely dangerous process, the slaw toad could leave the same class structure of slaw toads and become a lord of slaw toads, a unique existence filled with power and the will of chaos. In the multiverse, there were 3 things. However, there were 4 lords of slaw toads who had transformed from slaw toads. They were the mad overlord Sindam, the entropy overlord Igor, the random overlord Chuster, and the color overlord Riembu. Later, a few unique lords of slaw toads were born in the Chaos Sea. However, they were not as powerful as the first 4. Under normal circumstances, they had to obey the orders of the entropy lord Igor. In the eyes of ordinary slaw toads, the first 4 lords of slaw toads were the ones with the right roots. However, there were also unusual situations. For example, this lord of slaw toads, named Walter, was very unusual. The unique characteristics that he had obtained from the essence of chaos were actually bragging and Zu-En's words. He, who was unscrupulous in his actions, had publicly insulted the first 4 lords countless times. When he was lucky, the 4 lords did not even bother to pay attention to him. However, the Chaos Sea was full of all kinds of accidents. After all, once again, when Walter was insulting Igor, he happened to meet Igor himself. He had successfully infuriated the Lord of Entropy. Then, the latter kicked him out of the Chaos Sea and kicked him to the Mountain Paradise's plane. In the end, Walter still escaped from Mountain Paradise with his tail between his legs, and he even used the spring and autumn style to modify this accident. Igor did not talk about martial ethics. When I did not dodge, he directly used a super invincible spell to eject me to Mountain Paradise. However, deep in his heart, he was still full of resentment and unwillingness. Walter had sworn that he would find a way to catapult Igor, the Lord of Entropy, into Mountain Paradise once in his life. Next to the hot pot, Walter chewed the spicy slaw toads while bragging about his wonderful idea. You don't know that this place is weird. Walter glanced at the young blue dragon. Your ancestor was originally not a creature of origin from any material plane, but he relied on the treasure in this astral world relic to eject his descendants to various material planes at once, cutting off the civilization created by many snake people, voodoo puppets, and other races. I'm not bragging to you, but if that old bastard Igor hadn't ambushed me and forced me to go to Mountain Paradise, I wouldn't have been able to collect such secret information. You'll never guess what I'm going to do when I open this relic and get the treasure left by your ancestor. I'll get even with that old bastard Igor as soon as I can. Doesn't he like to kick, eject? I'll have to eject him to Mountain Paradise once. I've calculated the coordinates. The top of Mountain Paradise of the 7 Hills of Paradise, the brilliant Paradise Cronus, is the landing point of that old bastard. Ha ha! It was just a pot of spicy, straightest toads. There wasn't even any other dish, but Walter was talking nonsense, as if he had drunk too much. Keys couldn't help but sigh. What secrets does Zooin have? These 2 guys were not mortals. The big pot of spicy straightest toads was quickly finished by them. Walter curled his lips. Why is there so little food? Are you looking down on me, the Lord of Zooin? He turned his head to look at the other straightest toads standing in the sea of stars, all trembling in fear now. He opened his mouth and was about to order them to jump into the pot to add another dish. However, at this moment, a large amount of greasy mucus. How could Keys not add some special seasoning when he invited the Lord of Straightest Toads to a meal? After all, how could the blue dragon have any good intentions? Suddenly, the mucus gushed out from his mouth like flowing amber, and the mucus instantly wrapped Walter tightly inside. It's over. Another one who doesn't talk about martial ethics. Keys waved his hand, and Hammer, who had received the order, immediately changed back to its original form. However, its size was much larger than before. At least, it had no problem using the hammer face as a paddle to smash Walter, the Lord of Straightest Toads, who was sealed in amber. Bang! With another powerful ejection, the Lord of Straightest Toads, sealed in amber, rushed directly to the periphery of the Kuiper Belt like a comet. In the astral world, if there was no external interference, it would continue to fly like this. Looking at Lord Zooin, who was locked in the small black room, and sent away, Keys nodded in satisfaction. Then he turned his head to look at the stunned, ordinary straightest toads, and said in a fierce tone, "Didn't you see that your master has left? Do you want me to send you off personally?" Chapter 904. Spat City, Edgar's Mansion, evening. The garrison troops in charge of the encirclement were eating collectively. They were eating a kind of pie baked from a pit. This kind of food made of flour had a nice wheat fragrance when it was fresh out of the oven. The mutton and onion stuffing inside was also full of juice. More than 3,000 people consumed an average of 2 pies per person. They just stood there and waited for the soldiers in charge of logistics to send the food to them. After standing and eating, they drank a few mouthfuls of water from the kettle they carried with them. Dinner was over. After all, as the garrison troops, they were here to fight and not to eat. Serious business could not be delayed. It's about time for this farce to end. At some point, Naaman had strolled to the center of the garrison with a piece of pie in his hand. He had already taken several bites out of it. Hearing this, Santos, who was in charge of commanding the army, quickly saluted. Naaman swallowed the last bite of pie into his stomach. "You lead the troops to suppress the commotion in Spat City. After this mess is over, you will continue to be the governor of this city. As for other things, you don't have to worry. The Chamber of Commerce has already made arrangements." With that, the contract demon disappeared. In a manor outside Spat City, the steampunk half-lich Snade first looked at the clock hanging on the wall, then turned his head to look at the giant amber in the middle of the room. "Have a safe journey. I won't see you off." Snade controlled the mechanical prosthesis and snapped his fingers. Magic waves immediately spread out from his fingertips, and all the restrictions on the amber seal were activated. Finger of Death, Extreme Melf Acid Arrow, Soul Destruction, The 3 compound spells were activated one by one. A gray gas emerged from the middle of the amber seal and killed the night hag imprisoned inside. Then Melf's acid gushed out and turned her lifeless body into a pool of pus. Finally, a black light flashed, and the soul that was about to escape to the lower plane was directly torn into pieces, destroying the body and destroying the soul. The half-lich worked so simply. Gollik, who was fighting with Yeenagu, suddenly trembled involuntarily. The Altoros demon seemed to have encountered a great terror, and his entire body began to twitch nonstop. His hag mistress was dead. According to the contract, he was about to die. Even if he was not an ordinary Altoros demon, which Altoros demon was an ordinary one. Damn it, I still have to die. No, mortals cannot kill gods. Only now did Golalik remember his past identity, and he bellowed in his heart, rejecting the call of death from the multiverse's origins. Of course, except for special circumstances like the time of troubles, it was impossible for ordinary mortals to kill gods. Apart from the God-Slayer, only other gods or demigod powers could truly kill a god. Therefore, after Shanka was killed by Snade, Gollik was able to resist for a short while. However, in front of him there was a demon lord and the Knoll god, Yeenagu, who saw the sudden change in his old opponent. He could not let go of this opportunity. Go to hell, old thing destined to be eliminated. The Knoll god roared loudly, swinging his 3-headed flail and smashing it on the top of Gollik's head. Bang! 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 2 hits. Bang! 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 Like a storm, Yeenagu was determined to beat the Altoros demon, and the weapon in his hand did not stop until the body of the Altoros demon was completely smashed into pieces. Because the demons of the lower realm had the body and soul as one, when the body was destroyed into meat paste, Gollik's soul was also completely turned into powder. Yeenagu howled to the sky, announcing his feat to the entire multiverse. In many primitive material planes, the Knoll tribes who were still secretly worshipping the ancient Knoll god all fell into a state of madness. They could not communicate normally. They just looked at the priests who worshipped Gollik and drooled. There are 2 more guys, Yeenagu thought as he stood in the ruins, wiping the flesh stains on the 3-headed flail with his palm. Gollik was dead. In the entire multiverse, except for the other 2 Knolls, there were no other Knolls who could share the honor of being the Knoll god. However, those 2 had now turned to the god of tyranny, Ban. With Yeenagu's strength, he was not strong enough to challenge the 2 traitors who were protected by the powerful gods. I have to become stronger. The Knoll King's nose twitched, and his mind quickly became active. Since I'm already here, why don't I make more money? He began to have ideas about the Ash world. Although this material plane was remote, there was no god to take care of it. When he entered through the gate of assembly, Yeenagu felt this. This meant that if he worked hard, he might be able to turn this place into a ranch for Knolls, and other intelligent humanoid creatures would become the prey of the Knolls. The strength of the Knoll god was inseparable from the reproduction and prosperity of the race. Although Yeenagu had many Flinders Knolls in the Abyss was not a habitable plane. Even with his care, the Flinders Knolls still struggled to survive. In other material planes, due to their nature, it was difficult for the bloodthirsty Knolls to form a climate. Most of the time, the Knolls could only be reduced to monsters in the wilderness of many countries. They could not reach a broader stage at all. There are a lot of people in this city. As a god, Yeenagu's perception was naturally extraordinary. Even with the barrier of the magic circle, he could still feel the vitality of Spat City. The gate of assembly has been opened. I might as well let those little bastards come out to play and see if I can get some benefits. Just as he was thinking about this, all the obsidian totem poles around Edgar's mansion suddenly burst out with powerful magic fluctuations. All of a sudden, they released all of their magic energy and directly teleported the ruined mansion to the desert more than 500 parasan to the north. How dare you? Yinaga suddenly became furious. He immediately stabilized the gate of assembly behind him, and then gave orders to the Flinders gnolls waiting behind the gate. Come to this ownerless material plane, let's have a killing spree. However, Yinaga's words suddenly stopped. He felt that in the east of him, there was an incredible power of kindness rising into the sky like a sharp sword hanging high in the sky. Jason, the paladin who was in charge of Nome, stood straight on the city wall of Nome City. In the west, there was also a terrifying and obscure aura of Megalosaurus mixed with darkness and holiness. The clockwork Megalosaurus, led by the souls of 5 legendary Megalosaurus and dozens of younger Megalosaurus as auxiliary, raised its head on the top of the Thunder Cliff in the territory of the Dragon Clan. In the south, just near the city where he had just been transferred, a figure as tall as a mountain suddenly stood up. The Gnoll King was hesitant. However, after all, he was not a god who took conspiracy and trickery as his clergy. In addition, the Gnolls themselves were creatures who gave up their greed and obsession. So, attack the north. Those humans are all your prey. Go and enjoy the joy of eating flesh and blood. My people, and my allies. He also kept an eye out. Chapter 9:05. Yenagu wanted to eat meat, but he was not going to leave his ally, Dorison, the Ghoul King, behind. Similarly, the King of Gnolls felt that if he was beaten, he had to drag Dorison down with him. There was no need to describe the process in detail. In short, the army summoned by the Jackhallen King from the Gate of Assembly had many ghouls from the White Kingdom assisting in the battle. In addition, there were also a small number of zombies disguised as aardwolves and mixed in with the gnolls. Yenagu did not care about these ghouls, who were either helpers or simply here to join in the fun. Anyway, he had arrived at a new material plane, so he had to completely relax his body and mind. The smell of living people is the most fascinating. Yenagu took a deep breath of the air floating from afar. He twisted his body, which was a little sore because of the long fight, and then looked at the land he was about to wreak havoc with interest. Most of the terrain of the Medici Empire was a continuous desert, but it was a living material plane after all. Compared to the silent prairie full of razor vines and dodder that were as sharp as knives, the cursed peak covered in white bones, and the seeping forest full of disgusting mucus, this place was as comfortable as heaven. Of course, due to the opening of the Gate of Assembly and the influx of demonized gnolls and undead creatures, the paradise gradually changed. In the Nero River, which flowed northward, the fish began to become uncontrollably restless. Some fish even began to show signs of going berserk, attacking merchant ships and fishing boats on the river. In some oases, some springs were tightly sealed by silt, and some water quality began to inexplicably deteriorate. In many areas, the crime rate greatly increased overnight. The bandits seemed to have eaten the heart of a leopard and eaten the guts of a leopard. That night, many strange phenomena suddenly occurred in Bite City, the capital of the Medici Empire. First, some animals such as cats, dogs, snakes, rats, and so on began to disturb humans for no reason. Then, the big bazaar in the city was ignited by someone. In the end, it took the merchants and guards a lot of effort to put out the fire. It was not over yet. In the middle of the night, the garrison took Pharaoh and Mako's decree to arrest the city. They said that thieves had gathered and looted several ships of silver and other goods that Khedive had transported from overseas and had just been transported to the dock. At night, Pharaoh's audience room was brightly lit. Sitting on the throne under the crystal dome, Marco stared at the ministers standing in the room, trembling in fear. He did not say a word. Why are there so many strange things happening today? The young Pharaoh fell into deep thought. In the morning, I did receive a secret report from the spy in Spat. Santos ordered the city garrison troops to attack the current acting governor and surrounded his mansion. But the news that came back did not mention anything else. Almost instinctively, the king of Medici suspected that the Megalosaurus Pasha Keys was behind all this. However, although his spies were all experts inherited from the Great Dimensionals Intelligence Unit, they still couldn't see through the smokescreen that the scales of the Eternal Order Merchant Guild had created using the obsidian totem pole. The news that came back did not mention anything about the battle between Yinagu, the king of Knowles, and Golik. After all, those spies did not see these things. Therefore, Pharaoh and Mako did not know that the threat of the demons was imminent. Just as he was about to ask more questions, one of the few attendants who had been waiting outside the meeting room hurriedly ran in. This person was so anxious that he did not pay attention to etiquette at all. He directly brought in a senior mage in a black robe. Mako recognized this person because he was also one of the members of the Obsidian Council. "Your Majesty," the black-robed mage held a magic staff in his hand. This was a magic staff carved out of jujube wood. It looked more like a work of art than a magic tool. The only permanent spell inside was Flash, which was the only spell in it. Of course, if not, this person would not have been able to walk less than 5 yards away from Mako with this staff. "Look," seeing Mako's puzzled face, the black-robed mage immediately activated the flash on the staff. The staff, which was supposed to emit a cold brilliance like the bright moonlight, now spewed out a thick smoke and then flashed a strange green light. Seeing this strange situation, Mako could not help but show a hesitant look. What's going on? Although he and his father had taken the power to use magic from the Great Dimensional Intelligence Unit, after all, the inheritance was not enough, and there was a certain gap in knowledge. Therefore, he did not immediately see through the deeper meaning of the Obsidian Council member. "I've already examined it. It's not just this flash staff. All of my magic items are abnormal. Moreover, before meeting Your Majesty, I also communicated with the other members of the council and found that I am not the only one with a problem." Seeing that Mako still did not understand, the black-robed mage could only directly point it out. "Magic items are abnormal, plus all kinds of strange things happened in Bite City tonight. We suspect that a powerful demon from the abyss has set foot in the Ash world, and it is even very likely that it is hiding near the capital, thus causing all kinds of incidents." The young pharaoh stood up. When his father, Asinder, and the Great Dimensional Intelligence Unit were still alive, there was a demon invasion in Bite City. According to the records, it was a powerful demon with the status of an abyss lord that set foot in the capital of the Medici Empire. Fortunately, at that time, not only did the Great Dimensional Intelligence Unit and the Megalosaurus Pasha turn the tide, but the demon leader did not bring too many Tana re-demons, which saved Bite City from being massacred. At that time, the black-robed mages also recorded some magic items and anomalies that appeared among the people, but it was far less than today. Is there an invasion of demons stronger than the Abyss Lord? Mako pondered in his heart, but he immediately rejected this idea. The demons of the Abyss are evil, but the Abyss Lord is almost the ceiling of the demon race. The anomalies that have appeared now are more complicated than the last time. The biggest possibility is that the number of demons coming this time is definitely large. Just as he came to this conclusion, another attendant hurriedly ran into the audience room. He ran 2 steps, bent his knees, and slid to the ground, holding a red box high above his head with both hands. Ko focused his mind and waved his hand to cast a spell to summon the red box into his hand. After opening it, he took out a piece of papyrus. Urgent news! The demon army raided the city of Khalil Khedive, broke the city gate, and many people died. The demon army went all the way north and will arrive at Bike tomorrow. You're tuning in to the Mystic Fist YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.